Je dobré si uvědomit, že doba, kdy změna klimatu a udržitelnost byla jen záležitost
pultu, jestli to jede.
Dobrý den, omlouvám se. Technická poznámka, aby si panelisti sedli dopředu. Dobré dopoledne. Já myslím, že můžeme začít. Dovolte, abych vás
on behalf of the French Institute, Embassy of France and the Rethink project at the Innovation Forum, which follows up the signing of a Rethink memorandum created by the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development. Welcome most cordially. Let me welcome the partners and sponsors and the panelists. By way of introduction, I'd like to ask you to be so kind and put your mobile phones on silent mode And I want to say that our agenda will include your interaction with the panelists. We will appreciate if you can use the Mentimeter application or Mentimeter web page. Can you please answer the questions mentioned there? So you'll see the result during the panel. Our meeting couldn't be organized without the support of the Embassy of France, French Institute Association for Support of Infrastructure, Czech Banking Association, and the Czech Managerial Association. I'd like to thank the Chess Group, Komerční banka, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and BNP Paribas. And we also have political support by the Ministry of Industry and Trade and the Ministry of Environment. And now I'd like to give the floor to the President of the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development, Mr. Petr Kalaš. Welcome.
Děkuji, Julie, za tento úvod.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Dear Veronique, Mrs. Debord Lazaro, the attaché of Embassy of France for Science and Education, dear friends, representatives of the media, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you on behalf of the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development. Welcome to our forum for the climate change and energy security. We are organized under the aegis of the Ministry of Industry and Trade and the Ministry of Environment. And let me kickstart the first implementation part of the Rethink project. Let me first say what is the Rethink project and what were the reasons for its founding. It was the impulses and international trends from the Paris Treaty, the COP conferences, and numerous other triggers that in winter 2021 made the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development to develop the concept of the Rethink project. So we started our cooperation with the Embassy of France, and we used our contacts with over 60 Czech businesses. And the result of our effort was yesterday's signature of the agreement on cooperation. We, as a Czech society, want to remain intact. And the previous slide already summarized the main 10 points. We need to rethink how to handle the situation, the aftermath of COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and the energy crisis. So we want to attend all these problems to remain intact. Let me mention the risks related to change of climate, risks that require the cooperation with the public. Sustainability is the important issue. We have to approach the strategies on the business level. We have to be efficient. We have to introduce new developments. We have to digitalize, and we have to pursue and foster the cooperation between private and public sector. So we had to rethink what we do, for whom we do it. Rethink is the result of our efforts. Innovation Forum is a contribution of business community to support climate targets and national energy security. And it is the expression of the businesses who want to contribute to sustainable development of our society. At yesterday's ceremony at the Embassy of France, we were able to receive over 30 CEOs who have supported the statement of the business community to support the targets of the Paris Treaty. I'm talking about businesses seated in the Czech Republic who have decided to cooperate and support the measures to combat the climate change and provide for energy security. Among others, it is ČEZ, Škoda Auto, České dráhy, Komerční banka, E.ON, Schneider Electric, Metrostav, and many other businesses. The slides you can see will show you how it looked like at the Embassy of France. One of the main challenges of the present time at the national and businesses level is to adopt and interconnect the measures to handle the up-to-date national and European energy crisis and solve the long-term climate change. The reasons to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and transition to clean energy and the need to cut the dependency on the energy import from Russia are obvious more than ever. The scale and complementarity of both processes show how necessary it is to change the current trend of societal development, including the ways of business. We have to rethink the way how to make business in the future. And resilience to crisis and factor of security do become a complementary pillar of sustainable development and strategies at both businesses and national level. In the context of the European Union and the Czech Republic, it is the long-term strategy of the Green Deal, which is a framework to the transformation, reduction of carbon footprint and energy and material dependency of the EU. Allow me to welcome the experts who will take part in the 6 round tables of our today's forum and tell us more about the Czech businesses and their way of rethinking their business to provide for long-term sustainability, resilience, and competitiveness. The preparation of the Innovation Forum was based on the wonderful cooperation among the Embassy of France, the French Institute, with a contribution of His Excellency the Ambassador. And I'd like to thank you for all that on behalf of the Czech Council. It is a symbol of France's determination to support the climate agenda, and it also reflects a traditional area of our bilateral cooperation. And let me also extend my thanks to our specialized board of the Council, Petr Dovolil, as well as the external partners who worked on the details of our today's event. Let me wish you a fruitful meeting. And let me say that these are the challenges that relate to our energy security and climate agenda. Thank you very much for your attention.
Let me thank President Kallas for this nice introduction. I just wanted to highlight that you see 24 signatories here, but we have 25 today. Vodafone is the last to join, and we all hope that more companies will follow. And now it is my great pleasure to welcome Veronique de Lazaro, High Education and Scientific Attaché at the Embassy of France.
Mr. President of the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you today at the French Institute. And so a few words of introduction on behalf of our ambassador, Mr. Alexis Dutertre, who unfortunately could not be here today, to kickstart the first innovation forum on climate change and energy security. Of course, for those of you who were with us yesterday at the French Embassy for the official launch of Project Rethink, you know that our history with this initiative goes back a long time, and we are very proud to have supported its birth and development and look forward to doing the same in the next stages of its life. Yesterday was a very official and important moment. Many stakeholders from the institutional and business worlds have reaffirmed that climate change is one of the most, if not the most, urgent and central challenges posed to our societies, and that we have a shared responsibility in tackling it at political, economic, and individual levels. It was also clearly stated that climate change and energy security in Europe are now the two faces of the same coin, and that increasing the share of nuclear, renewables, and other non-hydrocarbon energy, as well as improving energy efficiency, could lead to a significant reduction in carbon emissions and improve energy security throughout Europe. 25 major companies in the Czech Republic have signed the Rethink Manifesto, thus affirming their position as instrumental actors in the successful transition to climate-neutral economy by implementing effective, practical, and measurable solutions. However, I can't help but feeling that today's event really marks the beginning of what Project Rethink is about, being a platform for companies in the Czech Republic to show how they are reassessing the way they do business, taking into consideration the need for long-term sustainability while ensuring competitiveness, offering a space for best practice exchange, pushing forward innovative solutions, and encouraging regulatory reforms that will offer the right framework to reach our common objectives. I have to say that I am truly impressed by the program that has been put together for today's forum, which will go over all essential topics, I believe, from energy security to mobility, energy efficiency in construction, circular economy, water management, sustainable financing. So as you can see on the slide, my position at the embassy is that of science attaché, which implies, among other things, connecting scientists from both countries and supporting their cooperation. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to highlight the role of science and innovation to achieve our goals. Of course, science is crucial to understanding how and why our climate is changing and the risks it poses. It is also essential to develop and scale solutions to mitigate those risks. It is therefore of the utmost importance that innovation, both technological and social, are shared between the academic and business worlds as well as institutional authorities. I therefore strongly believe that Project Rethink should also be a platform enabling better connections between those different spheres. As it has been said yesterday, education is key to succeeding in making the fight against climate change a priority for all. So before I finish, I would like to mention the presence with us today of our colleagues from the Climate Fresk. The Climate Fresk is a French NGO which has been working on educating people and organizations on climate change since 2018 via interactive workshops, which can quickly and in a fun way bring people up to date with its challenges. I have to say I'm particularly sensitive to their work as they strongly rely on scientific data to carry out their activities, and particularly on the reports of the IPCC. So if you don't mind, I would be very happy if our colleagues from the Climate Fresk could stand up so that everyone can see them and you can go and meet and talk to them during the different breaks. They're at the back of the room, but they have a booth right outside in the foyer. So I would like to thank very much again the team of the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development, and in particular Mr. Petr Kalaš, its president, for trusting us and partnering with the French Embassy and the French Institute on Project Rethink, as well, of course, as all the partners which made this possible. Finally, I would have a final and more personal thank you to Mr. Jonathan Woodliff for his work and commitment since the beginning of the initiative, and who, against all expectations for a British national, trusted us, French people, for this project. So I wish you all a fruitful, successful, and maybe even illuminating forum, and I truly look forward to our next steps with Project Rethink. Thank you.
Jménem projektu Rethink děkuji mnohokrát paní Veronique de Borlazaro.
I would like to thank Mrs. Veronique de Borlazaro, and it's great that the Rethink project found its advocates and supporters. Unfortunately, not all of them are here. Not everybody can address us face to face. Therefore, let me show you a couple of words of those who have a lot to say about the project. To understand that the times when climate change was only a PR thing is over. Now it's time for companies to act. Our company, PwC, in 2020 committed to decarbonize its business and its supply chain. Unfortunately, bohužel zvuk je velmi špatný, nelze tlumočit.
And also helping companies to actually avoid waste and have better way how to manage materials, we can actually save, and we are already saving a lot. So far we saved more than 1.5 million tons of CO2, and that's just the beginning. We need to rethink the way we do business, to understand more about negative and positive externalities in society, to actually understand how to manufacture from less, with less energy, and deliver a fantastic value. This crisis we are in also a massive opportunity.
Změna klimatu je na straně jedné.
Climate change on the one side is a threat of a major market failure, but on the other hand, it also will create an infinite number of opportunities for investment and innovation. Komerční banka since 2018 has been undergoing the biggest organizational change and implementation of many changes under the strategy KB 2025. It means that the ESG elements are incorporated into our daily routines and become a part of the development of our products and services. Tak tento měnící se svět a tlak na životní prostředí znamená,
the way that we do things. Everything from reducing the pressure on natural resources to maximizing reuse to giving our customers new circular options. We see this is incredibly important as we go forward.
We have to switch to a new way of thinking of how to do business. We have to reset our priorities so that sustainability becomes a part of corporate values, becomes a part of corporate targets and strategies, and also we have to act.
We know that the change starts with us. That is why our office buildings are already drawing energy from renewable sources since 2020. We also have our own photovoltaics on our buildings, and we will build more of them.
Od samého začátku společně hledáme cesty k udržitelnému
the company was looking for ways to sustainable business, and we are our own guides of the transformation. We try to eliminate all the obstacles towards our sustainable business. We are very happy to see the Rethink strategy that has committed to carbon neutrality. We know that this is the change that we need to do collectively, and we would like to join all those who think about sustainability. Join us together with other actors.
Without the involvement of big business. Major corporations may be part of the problem, but they are also part of the solution. In becoming the benchmark company for ecological transformation, Veolia is committed to accelerating and expanding the deployment of existing solutions while creating the solutions of tomorrow.
The member companies of the Czech Management Association across industries have many solutions available to mitigate the climate change. That is why the Rethink initiative is very important. It's important to share common best practices, to exchange experience, and to have an open discussion on how to reduce emissions and protect the climate. The infrastructure has a negative impact on the environment, and the climate and climatic change have a negative impact on the infrastructure. The private sector has to offer a change. I'm sure there will be more innovative PPP projects when the private sector will have more space for invention, but at the same time it will share more responsibility. The key role will be played by private capital. Sustainable infrastructure will require an open mind, and this is the objective of the Rethink project.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opening words. And I'd like to remind to all of you who are here with us and all of you who are with us online to use the Mentimeter application. And now I'd like to pass the floor to the first panelists. The panel is called Energy Security and Decarbonization. The moderator is Mrs. Zuzana Krejčiříková, Vice President of CBCSD from Czech. Welcome. Then Jiří Mlynář, the Head of Energy Purchase of E.ON. Then Mr. Jiří Grundil, Schneider Electric, Eva Polanská, the Head of Strategy, Mergers and Acquisitions, Pražská Energetika, and Martin Růžička, Head of Technologies Development, Unipetrol, and Jan Harnich, the manager for energy, the Union of Industry and Transport of the Czech Republic. So, Mrs. Krejčiříková, the floor is yours. Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad that I can take you through the first panel. I believe that any innovations and measures to protect the climate would not be possible without the energy. So, before I open our panel, I will use the Mentimeter mentioned by the moderator. So would you be so kind and take your mobile phones and download the application? Before we start our debate, I'd like to hear your answer. European Green Deal, I don't need to explain that to you. With regard to the current situation, high energy price and the conflict in Ukraine, should the EGD all that
Zpátky, když mě někdo To zjevně neklikám já, ale to nevadí.
It's not me who's clicking.
Tak pojďme vydržet.
So bear with us. I didn't say your answers, but you can see them in the application. A, no, the EGD acts as another instrument to ensure the necessary energy security of supplies. B, yes, this objective should be cancelled and we should concentrate on stable supply by fossil fuels. C, this objective should be cancelled and should be voluntary. D, I do not know. I don't have enough information. So can you please answer? So what are the results? And majority of you, almost everyone believes that we should keep the EGD, and on behalf of Czech, I think that this is a correct answer, but let us debate this. So how do you assess the current situation on energy markets? Do you think that the current situation is such that we should keep supporting the EGD? Well, on my own behalf, let me start with the assessment. Things go wild. It's a turbulent development. Yesterday, I attended another conference on the development of the energy markets. I used several graphs, and I showed that all of us perceive the price increase. The prices are 10 times higher than 10 years ago, and it might seem that we've left the hitherto paradigm, and question is whether we will return to the previous paradigm, or whether we will live in another market organization where the prices will remain high. I am rather optimistic. I think that we have a chance to reach some level of stability. With this development, not only price is important, but also volatility. The intraday price movements used to be 10-20 cents in natural gas, and today it is up to 30 euro of an intraday deviation. So it is a difficult situation for the entities of the energy markets, and I'm taken by surprise that we have not had any big breakdown of the energy entities. So thank you, German government, for supporting the Uniper and the Energy Germania. So there are people from banking sector with us. And we were nervous at the beginning of the situation concerning the inflation. Inflation of 5 to 6% is scary. However, the energy prices have grown much higher. So price mechanisms like this will impact us because they will be reflected in the other sectors as well. We have to take our lesson. I think that the alternative energy sources and more emphasis on diversification is the right direction. I think that there is enough gas in the world. We should not abandon gas as a temporary flexible fuel. So if the situation in Russia changes, we will be able to return to gas in 2 to 3 years. We can use gas in the energy mix to help us in the transition. Thank you.
And now we'll go to the other side of the border because now we have Schneider Electric that is in charge of energy management, but you are at the same time a client of energy companies. Well, let me comment on the current situation first. I would like to say that if we look at the energy market, we see that it is a major challenge for many companies. There have been voices, it's probably not only my personal opinion, that the companies, not only in the Czech Republic, but also in Europe, without the help of the state, may not survive. And logically, the energy prices will be translated into energy increases in other industries, such as the fertilizer industry, or all the producers of semiconductors may be obliged to increase their prices. Looking at the Green Deal, well, I personally am afraid that at least to a certain extent there will be a slowdown. I hope that it will be only a temporary slowdown and that later decarbonization will accelerate again. Unfortunately, there is also pressure today of the public on the change of the Green Deal paradigm, but introducing measures for decarbonization does not increase the energy prices. But the question is what will be the public opinion and whether we will be able to change it. Eva Polanska, Pražská energetika, what do you think about the Green Deal? I know that you are not a producer of energy, you are a supplier for the city of Prague, so what is your opinion? We also have a portfolio of renewable sources, but a small one, of course. My opinion is a little bit different to the opinion of my colleague. Even today, we see higher interest in renewable sources and energy-efficient solutions, so we, I believe, accelerate the accomplishment of the Green Deal objectives. The objectives of the Green Deal overlap with topics such as energy security and resilience of our electricity grid in the EU, but the policies to achieve energy savings and the increase of the share of renewable, the transition to clean mobility, these are objectives that are topical more than ever. We in Pražská energetika see the rising interest of our clients in renewables. Our clients are interested in thermal pumps or photovoltaic panels. And here in this context, it is important for the government to eliminate all the barriers that prevent the renewable resources from developing further. And the government should provide support such as the new green savings program. So for me, Green Deal is urgent and more topical than ever. I'm happy that you have mentioned the word obstacles, because I believe that the major obstacle in the Czech Republic can be politics or legislation. We should try to change this so that the technologies that you have mentioned could be implemented. But now let's talk about the petrochemical industry. What about Unipetrol and Green Deal? Well, good morning. For me, there are two milestones, 2050, where the changes will not be that radical in the Green Deal, but then there is also the year 2030, where I believe that not only the Czech society is not ready to accomplish the objectives as they are defined. I believe that Czech society is not ready. I come from the north of Bohemia. I work there. I was born there. And we have to understand that the perception of Prague society is different to the rest of the country. There are citizens that are very nervous, and I believe that there is major difference between what we see and perceive in Prague and in other municipalities or in the country. We have our carbon neutral objectives, and what is necessary now is to adopt the legislation that is ready in order to stabilize the environment, to stabilize the framework, to set clearly the obligations of the companies, and the government has to decide clearly whether it wants to support the Green Deal or not. And there is a sort of schizophrenic behavior, because on the one side we need to win elections, on the other side we need to support the Green Deal, which together increases instability and uncertainty. Concerning gas and the current situation, Unipetrol at this moment is not so threatened or in such a danger compared to other smaller companies. We have been preparing a project for a new source, and given the current situation, there are many question marks today. But in general, we have to say clearly what is the right stable source for the industrial companies in the Czech Republic. Thank you, and I'm happy to have the representative of the Union of Industry and Transport, and I have a specific question for you. Is Green Deal still a question for companies, or the companies are doing so bad that it's all about survival only? So what is the situation in the industry and transport concerning the protection of climate and climatic change? Good morning. Well, the major question that we ask all the time is the prices of energy. I'm not saying that we do not discuss the Green Deal, not at all, but the climatic and energy policy, the legislative requirements, all that is discussed at the level of the Union of Industry and Transport. But the major challenge for the companies today is the increase in energy prices. According to our survey, there are many companies that pay 7 or 8 times more for the gas or electricity, and it is a major problem because very often they register operational losses, they need to limit their investment, and very often it could be investment into renewables. I agree with what has been said already, that we need to accelerate the adoption of legislation for the renewable sources. We need to invest in energy savings. But going back to the Green Deal, the objective to be achieved by 2050, we're not supporting a revision of the Green Deal, but what could be suitable, and we hope that it would happen during the COVID times, would be a different trajectory of how to achieve the neutrality. Now we have Repower EU, where we have higher ambitions for energy savings, and I think that it is useless to set unrealistic objectives of energy savings. So we should be more realistic and assess where we will be in 2030. The role of gas will probably be a bit different than what we have today. And at the same time, we have to admit that the industry is not able to leave gas and switch to other sources. By 2030, it will be impossible. Afterwards, we can discuss it. But the natural gas will still be here. What will be the price? We do not know. We will probably have gas available during the winter this year, but now the question is about the long-term and mid-term horizon. So, yes, the Green Deal, to summarize, the objectives will remain, but what is important for us now today is energy prices.
So let me summarize. We've agreed that the Green Deal is the right way to go, but we have to say how to implement it in an economical way owing to the energy price. And let me now touch upon the particular measures. Green Deal has been a vision, climate climate neutrality in the horizon up to 2050. But let us say, what shall we do now? What is the biggest challenge for the coming winter? Let's take it from the end. You have already summarized it, Honza. Biggest challenge for the industry is price and then supplies. So we're not talking about the price of gas, but about the availability of gas. So what is the biggest challenge for the coming winter, in your opinion? There are two challenges. The first one is the availability of gas. After the war, now I'd like to believe that the supplies of gas to the Czech Republic are ensured thanks to the measures of the government, LNG. We believe in solidarity of Germany, and let us hope that the industry won't have to be limited or stopped. We've heard about the decree on gas industry, so let us hope that the supplies are provided for this winter. And second challenge is the price of energy. Now we receive very many phone calls from the businesses who are telling us we have to close down. Very many glass works are endangered. One glass work already closed down. We have pointed out that it is necessary to take a measure. The crisis framework has not been started in May. It will be started next week, and it's too late for very many businesses. Businesses will either suspend their activities or close down. So we have to send signal. The energy price, be it the electricity or gas at the European level or national level, must decrease. And it's important to see how. It's important for the big corporates as well as the SMEs. So strict decoupling of the energy and gas prices was what we hoped for. It's not coming. So now we hope that the national measures will help us to survive this winter. So if I summarize, you say that you need supplies for affordable price. Martin Ružička, Unipetrol, the same question. On behalf of Unipetrol, I have to say that stable supply is important. Natural gas. If we don't have it, then I can't even say how bad it will be. Let me follow up what was already said. We talk about natural gas, but situation with coal is no better. And let's not forget what is important for Unipetrol. It is a stable supply of oil. We have to include engine fuels. They'll also trigger inflation if their price would grow. And it would be too bad for very many businesses. We are still dependent on the družba and on oil from Russia. There are very many alternatives. However, the percentage keeps decreasing, and both Slovakia and the Czech Republic are dependent on the družba pipeline and oil coming through this pipeline. There is no short-term solution available for the near future. From our point of view, if this raw material is available, then our business has got a plan to minimize the impacts. However, the price is important. We have to be able to finance the future projects, and now the high price of raw materials doesn't allow these future investments. So sustainable price and risk of future investment.
Vapolanská, pražská energetika, you again offer the point of view of the supplier of electricity. So what is your opinion? Well, we believe that thanks to the fact that our tanks are full with gas, well, the rate is about 85%, and also thanks to the reduction in consumption, the LNG supply, increasing the output of electricity, we will be able to survive the winter. Of course, we will have to introduce some non-market mechanisms. This is the side of the financial accessibility. But what I believe will be a bigger challenge is the longer horizon. However, each crisis helps accelerate the processes and development. And now we see already that we have already made efforts to overcome this crisis. We accelerated, for instance, the construction of the necessary gas infrastructure, or we accelerated the negotiation of trade agreements, or we accelerated the legislative processes. And what is also on the table now are some solutions that may seem unexpected or surprising, such as the discussion about the extension of the life of nuclear power plants in Germany, something that was submitted by a minister representing the Green Party, something that had been unimaginable in the past. So I believe that thanks to the acceleration of the processes and thanks to accepting some non-traditional solutions, we will be able to overcome the crisis in the long term. We will be able to stabilize the supply of gas, and we will also be able to get the energy prices at the level that is acceptable. Thank you. Now I'm thinking about how to summarize. Well, for you, the supplies are more or less secured because you refer to the principle of European solidarity, which was mentioned also by Honza. If I speak on behalf of the Czech company, now we have the LNG and gas coming from the Netherlands, so let us hope that we will have gas and oil in sufficient quantities, but we need secured supplies, and the second stage would be to discuss the price. Now I turn to Mr. Grondel, Schneider Electric. What is your opinion and what is the major challenge for the coming winter? Thank you. I'll just highlight what has been said by the colleagues from the industry, and I dare say that for us, a supplier for not only the Czech industry, we need to mitigate the impact of prices. For the households, the government set ceilings. For the industry, this is a question mark. What we also need is sufficient reserves of gas in the context of electricity. That is not that difficult because we are able to generate sufficient quantity of electricity. But again, the question is the price, because the price is determined by electricity stock exchanges, and some people believe that its price should be decoupled from gas. Yes, this is the question of decoupling, something that was not discussed at the Council last week, but the Commission should deal with it in October, and there are a couple of models that have been circulating, the so-called Spanish model, where we decouple the price of the gas, and the gas power stations will not determine the price, but the coal-fired stations will determine the price. We will see what the EU agrees. I understand that the discussions are very difficult because there are different interests, and we, as the Czech Republic, are a small landlocked country that depends a lot on the decisions taken by the big countries. But I have a question for Mr. Mlynář. You are a German company operating here in the Czech Republic. So what is the challenge for you here, and what is the situation in Germany? Thank you very much. First, I would like to say, again, there was a conference yesterday of the gas industry. So for us, this winter we will depend a lot on the weather. So if the weather is rather mild, we believe that we will do quite well. But the next winter may be a bigger challenge, because the question is where we'll get the gas for next year. So I would be rather optimistic in terms of this year and this winter. But for me, the current situation is the consequence of the fact that we didn't have a clear vision in the past. We had not been proactive enough. We have to think strategically. We have to start thinking forward in order to avoid these disagreeable scenarios in the future. We have to plan, we have to have a vision, we have to be realistic and think strategically. This is something that I believe is insufficient in the Czech Republic. When we look at the energy strategies and policies, we see that it's always unfinished work. I think that we should have thought more forward. So let us seize this opportunity not only to adopt short-term rapid solutions, but let us develop a clear vision and let us stop quarreling who did or did not what do, and let us say what we can do. Concerning the situation in Germany, or rather, let me say that the problem is not the supply side of the commodity, but rather the lines through which we bring the supplies here to this region of Europe, like the Czech Republic, Germany, Austria, and so on. Because if you look at the prices of natural gas in the UK, France, it is between 80, 90 euros, but in the countries more to the east, it is something like 170, 180 euros. So what is missing is the transportation lines that would help us share the sources with France, for instance. So this is something that we should think about. We have 6 months left, and we should really exercise pressure on our neighbors, Germany, France, and invite them to invest in reverse flows and compressors. This is possible, it is doable, but we need to find the common will, and we have to be convinced that if they invest in these transportation lines, there will be a higher risk that the neighbors will rely more on them, which may be disagreeable also.
If I summarize it, the EU has to show solidarity, has to have the infrastructure and a concept. And let me now open the topic of the long-term perspective. We've got a state energy strategy until 2015. It doesn't comply with the EU legislation any longer. So what do we have to do in the Czech Republic in the long term? Concept strategy is one issue, but we have to implement it, and we also have to protect the environment, and we miss the legislation that would implement the directives from 2019. So now the directive on renewables 3.4 are being adopted, and we have not implemented Directive 2 yet. So let's comment on the issue from the long-term perspective. What must be done to be able to achieve the targets of the EGD? Honza Harnich. Three principles I'd like to mention. We have to provide for the competitiveness of the Czech and European industry. How easy? Yes, it's not easy at all, but what will help is to develop all energy sources and in a technologically neutral way. Let's not close down a technology that we don't like at a particular moment. We have to accelerate the legislation processes. The Energy Act is not coming. We have to have a national plan, a national energy strategy. It should have been already finalized, and nothing's happening. There are no outputs. And from the point of view of the resources, the Czech Republic is dependent on gas and oil import, but we are not dependent on the electricity import. So let us maintain this huge advantage that is not available in the other states. We have to have enough of electricity manufacturing places, power plants. Let us develop the nuclear energy and let us maintain the mix that will allow us to migrate to low emission or zero emission sources. The same question for the colleague from Unipetrol. Challenges for the Czech Republic, what do you miss and what do you expect from the state? I am not sure if I'll be able to mention three challenges, but we need an efficient way of project financing. I'm not talking about subsidies or direct subsidies. It is obvious now that private sector cannot manage it without state help, and the state doesn't understand how much money is needed to finance the North Bohemia. It's hundreds of billions when we talk about hydrogen and substitution of the fossil fuels. We have to find a way for the state to co-finance these projects. We have to stabilize and accelerate the legislation. We have to have clear framework for what will be requested. And that's all from me. Two important issues that I can see. These are the most insecure issues. So it's a concept, legislation, financing, security. Eva Polanská, Pražská energetika. We have to focus on the long-term energy resilience, which does not mean to be self-sufficient totally. We have to diversify well, we have to have a good portfolio of sources, well diversified. We have to have a portfolio of international partners. And as for the resilience, it is necessary to focus on the electrification or faster electrification. We have to increase the share of renewables because here the Czech Republic lags behind its neighbors, and we have to create a good environment for renewables development. We have to remove administrative barriers. We have to generate legislation for energy community, and we have to finance better. Rethink project should also include the state agencies and the government who can contribute to the acceleration. So it's not just the manifesto, it was just the beginning. Now we have to create a room for the innovation, investment and new projects based on everything that you mentioned: concepts, legislation, streamlining, acceleration, financing. And that's why our panel is the first, because we summarize the topics, and in the following panels we'll hear more about the projects and details. Schneider Electric, Mr. Grundel, over to you.
Well, the government or the public sector must be a partner not only of Rethink, but in general. So really, I want to say that it is the whole public sector across the country has to be a partner, not only the governmental level, the central level, but also the regional or local levels, because many projects cannot be implemented because of results of local referenda or because of local political activities. And despite the fact that the project respects the law, there is always a possibility for citizens in a referendum to reject the project, and this is also something that we should change. I think that in Germany, if you have a project that complies with the legislation, then the project has the green light, and this is what we should do here too. It is a challenge for the renewables, namely for the wind electricity generation. It is a problem in the Czech Republic. We will have to define properly the participation of municipalities and regions so that we can implement these solutions. It works in other countries. It doesn't work in the Czech Republic because we do not have the legislation and the context is not really ready. Mr. Grundel, energy savings. It is a topic that is very interesting. Energy savings, energy efficiency, this is something that we haven't mentioned yet. So is this the opportunity for you, or is it the challenge? Well, obviously, if I can talk about the opportunities, Schneider Electric considers the current energy crisis as an opportunity, and it would be bad if it is different, but we always like to view things from the long-term perspective. I personally am sure that the crisis had to happen. The question was when. The reasons may be that there is a shortage of some commodity, or the reason could be a geopolitical crisis, of course. But the savings and the longer-term perspective, according to a pre-war realistic prediction, the CHEPS prediction, there should be photovoltaic panels installed with the 8 megawatt-hour generation. And now the more progressive prediction is that the future installed output of photovoltaic panels should reach up to 12 gigawatts of peak. So there are major opportunities here for the Czech industry, but for all the companies also that supply the Czech industry. We develop the infrastructure of electric cars. The new buildings must be energy efficient. There are standards such as LEED. There are new standards on water management, water use, and so on. And many products made by Schneider Electrics are intended for the photovoltaic power plants, but most of them do not end up in the Czech Republic, but are rather installed in other countries. And I would like to give you an example of how the Green Deal can impact positively the Czech industry. Czech companies can participate in supplies to installations that are desirable, that have big potential from the long-term perspective and will also provide return on investment. Finally, something more positive. Now we're talking about opportunities, but going back to the challenges now, E.ON, as I see it, was the supplier of the last resort after the closure of Bohemia Energy. What was the challenge for you? You are in charge of energy purchase. So what was the challenge for you? And do you believe that it will happen again? Because you said that it is surprising to see that there are still dozens of suppliers. We are rather exceptional in this sense, because in other countries the conditions to enter the market of suppliers are very strict. Here we have basically no conditions. You basically get the license from the relevant authority. There are no capital requirements associated with the license. So what is your expectation? Do you believe that the untrustworthy suppliers will leave the market and you as E.ON will get new customers?
Thank you very much for the intriguing topic. I think that what is a risk for us is last autumn's development, October, November, when you take over customers, when the market is stressed and expensive, and you don't know how to treat them in a fair way in such a wild volatility. So our price has to be based on the up-to-date price, and you know that the customer might leave anytime. This is the principle of the last resort supplier. So it's no more an issue for us. I mean, it should not happen again. It was a historical experience. It is over. And perhaps the existing suppliers and the way they approach their portfolio is what is important. They change the terms and conditions. They change fixed prices for spot prices, and this is a moral hazard. The Czech Republic has not taken its lesson, and nobody's worried. So there is a risk of price regulation of end customers coming. This is yet another hazard for these suppliers, because if they hedged the prices half a year ago and transfer the customers to the spot prices, the state will pay more for the price ceiling. So I expected that small suppliers will finish their business or trading in the autumn. So they've collected the money now, and it's not happening. They don't finish. The price ceiling gave them another momentum. They continue. So problem, in my opinion, is how will this regime of the price ceiling be terminated, because the market will decline and new traders will come who will use the spot markets. So we do create a form of simple speculative competition through this price regulation. So I'm expecting that some will welcome it. ERU used to say that some suppliers are the cheapest ones and people should change for them. We have to be well informed. We have to be willing to take the risk. Yes, of course. And if we do so, let's not complain, because sometimes the risk does not pay off. And if we take the risk, we have to accept that. Yes. So let me simplify. Your answer was, let's take a lesson from what has happened. Let's not prevent various frauds in the future. Last round of questions, last 15 minutes. A different question for each of you. The Union of Industry and Transport. You have hoped for some European solution. Did the last week's Energy Council generate such solution? What will be necessary? Is it realistic to adopt a European solution, or do we need a national solution? The Friday meeting has not surprised us. The European solution that could have been very efficient and could have incorporated all that knowledge we talked about, well, has not come. Decoupling of gas and energy price would intervene in the market. We would not welcome such intervention, but customers would see a decrease in price, and our companies really have to handle this problem now. Very many of them have not got a contract for the coming year. They do not know where to purchase the energy, and the European solution has not helped it. There is one positive about it. The ceiling can be used for 100% of the consumption, not only the 80% of consumption, and the large businesses are excluded. So here we need a national solution for all the businesses. They need the help of the state to be able to survive this winter. And how to terminate the regulation, that will be difficult. We debate this within the crisis framework, so under what conditions, etc. It's all very difficult. But we have to generate a national solution for the winter and for the coming year. We cannot expect any improvement.
Yes, we've heard already that the winter next year may be more challenging because the reservoirs may be empty by then. I'll skip Mr. Růžička. I have a question for Eva Polanská now. You are an entity at the energy market. Are you in favor of a national approach or a European approach? Well, this is a tricky question, and I have to come up with a smart answer. Both the approaches should be combined, and I hope it is already happening so that the approaches are complementary. What is important is what is negotiated at the European level, and then it should be complemented by the government proposals, such as the cap put on energy prices for the end customers. And market or non-market solutions, well, given the critical situation now, I believe that it is imperative to introduce some non-market solutions, even if there are challenges within this approach, but we need to overcome the crisis. We need our economy to survive. So in the short term, I believe it is necessary to introduce some non-market mechanisms in order to make sure that we have sufficient energy supplies for the end users. And in the long term, it will be necessary to focus on the accessibility, which means we need to build the necessary infrastructure, and also we have to focus on resilience and sustainability. These will be the topics for the midterm and long-term perspective. A question for Martin Růžička. Looking at your strategy for 2030, you committed to invest 35 billion into sustainability and digitization, and at the same time you said that a certain percentage of your petrochemical production will be generated from renewable sources. The current situation, did it change your strategy because you are an industry that needs a lot of energy? No, it does not. A simple answer. Maybe it's a question of timing. There is quite a lot of uncertainty in the energy sector right now, but concerning recycling, for instance, last week we announced that we acquired a mechanical recycling company, but recycling is an important part of our business. Without it, we cannot function. So now we have a project that will allow us to stay in business. Biofuels. Now, the legislation is clear and we cannot modify our objectives anymore, and our flagship is hydrogen now, and again it is the same. It is a combination of a renewable source of energy and good chemistry, and here again we will not change our objectives. In other words, we need to deal with the energy not only on the sustainability side, but we also have to control the exit of coal, because we still burn coal. And this is the challenge right now, how to finish this particular project. But we do not change our plans. And digitization, it is a good means to be flexible and successful in the future. Thank you. Honza Grundel. The other side of the question, we talked about investment, energy savings, but is the Czech market ready? Can it satisfy the demand, or is it sold out already? We've talked about the installation of renewable sources, photovoltaics, electromobility. Do we have the material available on the market? Is the market ready to respond to the demand, or we need to adopt some measures? Well, you're right, there are many things all together simultaneously, the shortage of chips, for instance. But what we need is to invest where we can invest and to identify the bottlenecks and the inefficient spots. I'll give you a couple of figures given by David Navratil from Česká spořitelna. The Czech Republic, the energy intensity is twice as high as in Denmark, for instance. It is, of course, given due to the structure of our industry, but compared to Germany, we still have energy intensity 40% higher. But the US have even higher energy intensity than the Czech Republic. But the difference is that the US are energy independent. They can cover their needs from their own sources. And if we take industry now, or not only industry, there are some studies that indicate that up to 47% of total consumption of electricity ends up in motors, in engines, electrical engines. And if we adopt sufficient measures, we can reduce this type of consumption by up to 30%. This is a huge figure. That illustrates that there are solutions available already. The solutions are ready. And to identify the losses and inefficiencies, there are diagnostic tools, software tools that can identify the places on which we need to focus. And if you know where to focus, you know what to do. I'm looking forward to the next panels where we will talk about the solutions, we will hear about examples of innovations and so on. But my last question for Jiří Mlynář: European approach, national approach, market, non-market, will you confirm what Pražská energetika is saying?
Yes, I am for the market, but we have to admit that market has no silver bullet, and we harvest the products of the short-term horizon of investments and long-term horizon of trade. We have decoupled these two, we have divided them, and now we will not be able to invest. We have to create a consistency of the policies. We have to know that what we invest into today must be in compliance with European and national targets in 30 years' time. There is a higher level of security at the European level, so let's follow the market, and if the market fails, then let's seek mechanisms how to help it. What's scary in energy is the following. It's really complex, difficult. We've got so many energy experts, but if you hear them, you would throw the TV set out of your window. They seek for silver bullets. We have to see the impact, we have to see what we want to achieve within the Green Deal. We want to be technologically neutral. We do not want to limit ourselves, but we have to achieve the target values in an efficient way. And the Rethink project will help us to exchange our opinions and experience and provide the spectrum of stakeholders with recommendations. Green Deal is good, but we miss national concepts, strategies, and legislation, and we have agreed that security of supplies for affordable price is a challenge for this winter and next winter. Thank you very much, Honza Harnich, Martin Růžička, Eva Polanská, Honza Grundil, and Jirka Mlynář. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, panel for energy security and decarbonization. Tough winter is coming, and the support provided by the state is far from ideal. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Petr Dovolil, the member of the Presidium of the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development. Let me invite Roman Kokšal, the CEO, Siemens Mobility, Mr. Karel Novák, the Director for Product Portfolio, Iveco, Ondřej Přibyl, the Dean of Transport Faculty of the Czech Technical University in Prague, Veronika Marčeková, the Project Manager in Sustainability, Škoda Auto, and the guest of the panel is Kateřina Davidová, Manager of the Center for Transport and Energy. Gentlemen, let me open the second panel. As my colleague Zuzana suggested, our panels will be different than the opening one. We will focus on particular solutions. That's why it's my honor to welcome wonderful panelists. We have selected the panelists to cover the technological solutions and the systemic solutions. Ondra Přibyl from the transport faculty of the Czech Technical University, Škoda Auto, and the private sector point of view are all present on our panel. I just looked at Mr. Košťal's presentation. He will tell us more about transport and mobility as such. Let me follow up Jiří Grundil. We are energy intensive, and transport within the EU consumes 1/3 of the energy, and it bears the responsibility for 23% of emissions. We've got different figures in the Czech Republic. However, the figures are growing, while in other sectors the figures decline. Pre-COVID, we grew by 3%. 10 years ago, we had good transport and mobility, but we consumed more. In the first 7 months of this year, the Czech Republic paid by 150 billion crowns more for mineral fuels than last year. So we can do a lot if we introduce systemic change. So over to you, colleague. So let us tell us what Siemens Mobility suggests to improve.
For the floor. I have prepared a short presentation. Mr. Dovolil has mentioned it already. I have some presentation on transportation. So if we look at the situation concerning the Green Deal, I have to say first that I am very grateful for the discussion in the previous panel, because some people may feel that we should start from scratch right now, but it's not the right way. Of course, burning fossil fuel is challenging. If we look at the charts, if we see the EU and the OECD countries, we see that we are not self-sufficient. We have to import from Russia or from other regions. What is interesting about this chart is that Russia holds almost 100% of reserves of natural gas, unlike oil. So you see that Russia places lower accent on oil compared to the natural gas. So if we look at the situation of the Czech Republic, we see that the Czech Republic has to import 93% of fossil fuels. The solution adopted by my company, the solution we offer to our clients, is to transfer transport from roads to railways. This is not a new solution. It is something that has been discussed at the European level for many years. There are many projects that are already in place, but it's very gradual. And any change in the transport industry is always gradual. I'll give you some specific examples. I'll give you the example of this project that we do for the Czech railways, and you also see the comparison between road transport and railway. You see the comparison of emissions between the two modes. That is why the railway transportation is very popular and welcomed in the EU. and it is a solution, but in order for us to transfer from roads to railways, we have to do many things. There are many changes that are necessary, so it is far from simple, and of course it has to be. What we need to implement is the infrastructure. Right now, we have many projects that are underway. The projects are prepared by the Ministry of Transport and Trade. Now the question is financing, and what we want to do is electrification. In other words, we need to electrify the railway networks in the Czech Republic. Today, it accounts for approximately 6%. In the developed European countries, it is at least 40% more. So this is the way to go. This is the way we think, and I welcome it, of course, and we are ready to supply the vehicles to our customers. So we are ready to help with the electrification solutions or solutions that also use hydrogen. So now the question is how fast we're able to implement these solutions. Thank you very much. We'll definitely talk about the new technologies. Now I turn to Ondřej Přibyl. No, excuse me, to Karel Novák first. And I would like to know what is the contribution of Iveco, how you contribute to modern technologies and decarbonization of transport.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I represent the Iveco bus. This is the bus part of the Iveco. And the technology for us, various emissions, are nothing new. On the slide, you can see the various technologies that we are forced to sell. So we managed to meet the requirements of our customers. Diesel fuels, blended diesel fuels, gas and biogas are a standard for us, which is a valid alternative today. And we also, for more than 10 years, we supply hybrid and mild hybrid and electric buses. We still miss hydrogen on the scale, but it's a question of time. We will discuss it. Sustainability for Iveco bus is one of the main drivers of development. Our view is the European view. The energy mix in various European countries is different, and Central and Eastern Europe is still more using the traditional fuels like diesel or compressed or uncompressed natural gas, and the Benelux countries do pioneer the decarbonization of public transport in Europe. And now I'd like to elaborate on the competition of various technologies among themselves. As for the energy mix in public transport, there is not a single correct answer. As well as in the previous panel, there was no single answer for the energy sufficiency. Mix of energy for city transport is different than a mix of energy for long-distance transport. City transport is subsidized by municipal money. Battery buses do become popular, while in the long-haul transport is a private business. Diesel buses are dominant here. There is no valid alternative as yet. This is the internal fight between technologies, and we contribute to that because with the technological development, we try to get the clients closer to the technologies, and we need good price, available maintenance, serviceability, and with the internal price we are able to eliminate some technologies. So in public bus transport there are very many diesel electric buses used, as well as mild hybrids. They take the energy from the brakes, not to save the fuel, but to accommodate the trend. So these technologies compete with each other in a municipal transport. And development of e-mobility is a question. The battery buses in municipal transport are not the only solution, not the only answer. There's also hydrogen alternative. However, the infrastructure is missing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I'll pass the floor over to Ondřej Přibyl from the Faculty of Transport of the Czech Technical University. You have come up with very innovative ideas also in the way you teach the topic. So now tell us, what is your approach to transport and mobility? Thank you very much for the floor. Good morning to you all. We have heard a lot about technical solutions, but I would like to talk about something different. When we look at the individual technical solutions, such as electric mobility right now is often seen as the only way to become carbon neutral. But given the mix of energy we have, it won't help to switch to a different solution. It is a needed solution, but it is not a panacea. Autonomous cars, for instance, we had a very interesting European project, MAVEN. We used micro-simulation tools to assess the impact of autonomous cars on the situation in cities. And the result is that indeed we can save up to 10% of CO2 emissions. So the results are quite interesting. Then shared cars, for instance, or different advanced ways of driving. But none of these technologies will really reduce the number of cars on the road. There still be cars on the roads even if there are no drivers, so they will produce emissions locally. This is one issue. The other issue is the so-called induced transport. In other words, if we indeed save 10 minutes of our time because we take the car, we basically make car transportation attractive, and people will switch to the cars rather than using public transportation. That was, for instance, the case when we opened the Blanka tunnel here in Prague. So what to do? First, I am not advocating simple solutions, simple examples. We always have to have a holistic approach. So if my electric car is not shared, then I'll take it to commute to my work, I'll park it there, and there are no savings. But if it is shared, if we use cooperative modes to optimize transport in cities, then there can be some improvement. But what is even more important is to focus on the routes. Is it really necessary? We can adopt some restrictions. We can, for instance, ban cars from entering centers. I'll increase the prices for parking. But I believe that it's better to motivate the people to change the way they think, to change their behavior by demonstrating to them that mobility is a service, that there are alternatives to individual cars, that it is not only cheaper but also more agreeable, and so on. And to do so, we have to change ourselves, and we also have to help the representatives of cities to adopt the necessary measures. And here we have an important role for universities. I'm happy to see 25 technological companies in the Rethink project, but the university should raise the awareness not only among the students but also among the public. We should help the public adopt a holistic approach, and we should help the representatives of cities by showing them how the partial solutions will impact the city transportation. Here we have a living lab, a smart lab, that shows how the different technologies have impact on cities and on the life in cities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrej. And now I'll pass the floor to Veronika Marčeková, and we would like to see how you, as Škoda Auto, see the challenges and what you have prepared and what you're planning.
Thank you very much. It's about innovations. We are convinced that only with innovations we will be able to achieve long-term sustainability in production and mobility as such. In the long term, we focus on reduction of emissions in production. We've got the Green Future strategy that focuses on the environmental load and its reduction in the operation. We want to reduce the environmental load of our products, and by 2026 we will introduce 3 new e-cars, and we want to make them accessible. So mobility should not be only accessible but also inclusive for the masses, because this will help us to achieve the satisfaction of the client and general welfare, so to say. So these projects are a solution to us. We focus on the projects like car sharing. We've got a DigiLab that generates innovations in mobility, and we believe that this is the way how to help people and how to provide for sustainable mobility. We have encountered huge crises with semiconductor crisis and cables crisis due to the conflict in Ukraine. So this makes our life more difficult. But we still foster sustainable operation. We are flexible enough, and our team is wonderful. So we do succeed. We come up with innovations that help sustainable manufacturing. Let me give you an example. Our paint shop, the new one started in 2019. We use a new system. We've substituted one layer. That is to say, we've optimized the primer. The primer is thinner, and thanks to this innovation, we're able to save 50,000 kilometers because we don't need one element or one material. So here we save. We want to be sustainable, and we are highly motivated. We want to help our suppliers. Suppliers are in a difficult position due to the energy crisis, and we have all understanding for them. We want to help them. We share best practices with them because we share values. We help the supplier chain to function in a sustainable way. This is our long-term ambition. And last but not least, I want to emphasize that if we have to have a sustainable future, we have to include also a social and economical sustainability to the environmental one. And this has become our priority. We want to maintain the rate of employment and provide for a long-term economic stability of our suppliers. The innovations show that this is a way forward, and without the technological change, it won't be possible. Transport had to absorb two shocks. First, COVID pandemic. Very many businesses were unable to get the supplies and communicate with their customers. So, question for all panelists: what measures you took or plan to respond the climate challenges and disturbances, and how do they fit into your decarbonization plans? As Mrs. Marčeková said, let us include the supplier chains. The crisis teaches us that we should not solve our own problems only. We have to take care of the supplier chains. Roman Kokšal, over to you.
Thank you. Obviously, we can adopt different points of view. We can view it from the point of view of the company, how the company approaches its own products. Here, it is safe to say that Siemens and Škoda have been striving for neutrality for a long time already. Some clients will not allow you to participate in tenders if you do not have the relevant certificates. So this is one approach. But as you probably know, there are some industries continue working as they used to in the past, so there is less space for innovation. So it's safe to say that the whole process is gradual. We have to proceed step by step. Whenever we think about transportation, we always have to think about the general context. We have to think about the various transportation modes, and we have to think whether the solutions offered are sustainable and also comfortable and acceptable for our clients. We produce trains and locomotives, and we have to take into account many factors. But we know that after COVID, people are coming back to the railways. They know that it is advantages for them. So what we need is to combine the different modes in order to have savings, not only at the level of companies, but also at the level of society as such. Karel Novák, how do you approach this challenge? Well, the points of view may be different, of course. We have to follow what the clients want. We have a European point of view, of course. The energy crisis impacts all the countries in Europe. So we still receive orders for buses that are driven by gas because not everybody has the problem with gas. So we have a whole product portfolio. We're preparing for new media. So regardless of what is happening right now on the market, we're preparing our portfolio for the future. We want to have buses that do not generate emissions, that have no carbon footprint, and so on. We are a Czech company. We have a big production site in the Czech Republic with 4,000 employees. And then there is the question of the supply chain. The supply chain must function, and we depend a lot on many small and medium-sized companies that had been heavily impacted by the crisis. So for us, the question is what will happen in the next winter and next year, because the big suppliers such as Bosch and Siemens will continue to exist. The conglomerates will survive, but what is a concern for us is the future and also the price policy of the small producers. Thank you.
Ondřej, academic question. So your systemic view, energy challenges for transport, what's your answer? There are very many partial tasks that must be attended. New drives, new materials, that's important. But for our faculty of transport, I'd like to say that we have to see the impact of individual measures on the environment and transport. This relates to digitalization. We do transport modeling of buses and trolleybuses in Pilsen, for instance, but we have to have data. This is the key. This is one of the biggest shortcomings. The models should be realistic, and we have to have relevant data accessible in real time. You have to be aware of this. Thank you very much. Mrs. Marčeková, Škoda Auto is one of the biggest employers of the Czech Republic. Energy efficiency. How do you perceive this shock, and how do you respond to it? Well, how do we respond to it? In the best way, in our opinion, that is the transfer to sustainable solutions, sustainable for manufacturing. We start using photovoltaic systems. Our logistics should be efficient. We've got the next level strategy that pursues maximum efficiency, and we identify opportunities to save. This is the only way for sustainable development. There is no other possibility. We have to save, and we have to reduce the energy load. So the best energy is the energy you don't need to manufacture at all. So this is what we want to identify, not only in the operation, but also in the chain. We identify a room for more charging stations in the network, and we understand that it is necessary to accommodate the energy challenges, but also the e-mobility requirements. It's not easy, but we identify the room for improvement, room for growth. And if the general public supports us and wants to accept e-mobility, then we'll be able to overcome the obstacles. This is really critical. We need some awareness raising in the area of sustainability and importance of e-mobility for our future. Awareness raising and education is what we need to overcome the crisis as such.
The European Union puts a lot of places a lot of attention to energy efficiency. So how we can use the current processes to do something, to change something, because to prepare a new project, it usually takes time, and it's not easy at all. Now, I turn to Kateřina Davidová. You are a consultancy, but you cooperate with many market players. So how do you see the situation in terms of solutions that are available in the current challenging times? Thank you very much. I would like to say that I represent a non-governmental organization, the Center for Transport and Energy. And what we do, we try to shape in a way the policy and the policy making in the Czech Republic in the areas of climate protection, greenhouse gases, emissions, and so on. And we cooperate with the organization Změna k lepšímu, the change for the better. So we cooperate with the private sector too, but we are an intermediary in the whole process. I would like to repeat what has been said already, that right now we are faced with an unprecedented crisis, but at the same time we have to think about the long-term risks and solutions, such as the mitigation of the climatic crisis. And the solution that we will implement now to deal with the current crisis should not contradict our long-term ambitions and goals by 2030 or 2050 and after. So in this context, I would like to mention that electrification in transport is still the right way to go, despite the fact the electricity prices are very high. But there have been some attempts to decouple gas and electricity in terms of prices, so that the high price of gas should not increase the price of electricity. And I believe that in the future, the price of gas will not go down that much, but the electricity price will certainly go down. So it should not discourage us from electrification projects. And the second point I want to mention, it has been mentioned during the first panel already. It's great that we have many representatives of the private sector here, and I'm happy to hear what they are saying, because they are saying what I often say as a representative of a non-profit sector. And that is that we need the involvement of the public sector, of the politicians. And in the Czech Republic, there is a gap. There is a gap between what the private sector needs and wants and what the politicians say and want. This is a major gap, uncomparable to what we see in other European countries. So if we do not bridge this gap, we will not be able to find viable solutions. The private sector is doing a lot of efforts, it is obvious, but if we see, for instance, the level of incentives for electromobility in European countries and in the Czech Republic, it is uncomparable. Or the use of public finance to reduce emissions in transport. In the Czech Republic, the percentage is much lower than what is allotted in other European countries. So we are lagging behind in the EU in electromobility or in modern technology implementation in transport. So I'll conclude by saying that we need systemic approaches, and we need to discuss it with our politicians.
We open the next part. But before I do so, I want to say that our transport policy was made before the smart, sustainable mobility strategy of the EU, and our national climate plan was established before the Green Deal. So we missed the direction, and if you do not know where you go, you don't arrive to your destination. So it is obvious that in some sectors the speed of decarbonization will be higher than in the other sectors. So the national plan, let's hope, will be inspired. Mr. Kokšal, I've got a question for you. You mentioned the technological change and your solutions. What are your fast solutions or quick wins that would help the change of transport in the Czech Republic. I have to say something positive about the state sector in the rail transport. It would not be possible without the state intervention. I mean, the connection between České dráhy, the infrastructure, and we have a plan of electrification of the railways. The businesses know when the individual routes will be electrified. The plan is very brief, however, but it goes in the right direction. Short-term solutions from the point of view of Siemens Mobility. There are no such solutions. The individual products are long-term. It takes years to develop a product. So it's important to say that innovations pop up. Efficiency of engines and control units are being improved. We've got short-term solutions, not only in the railways, but if we take the foreign experience, so this helps. Foreign experience is helpful, but it's not a short-term solution.
Thank you. Karel Novák, congratulations on your success and the approval of your IPCEI project by the European Commission. It is a Czech-based project. It is great to see such success. And are there any obstacles to move from the approval to the implementation? And what should the Czech Republic do to support the wider use of hydrogen in transport? Well, it was quite a challenge to go through the whole IPCEC procedure. So our ambition is to develop a hydrogen-driven bus, but not a municipal bus. We are talking here about the municipal intercity transportation, long-distance transportation by bus. So we can develop such a bus. We can even develop a sustainable bus that can be serviced. We can develop technology that is already mature, which is not obvious at the market today. So, in other words, we're able to develop, construct, and industrialize a hydrogen-driven bus that will have a certain autonomy. But then the question is to sell it, and to sell it to someone who has hydrogen, ideally green hydrogen, so that it makes sense. We're not afraid that we would not be able to sell the bus in European countries. And now the question is about the egg and the hen. What first, the product or the infrastructure? So in other words, so if we want to develop this in the Czech Republic, we need the infrastructure of hydrogen, blue hydrogen from nuclear power or the green from the clean sources. We definitely do not want to have the hydrogen from fossil fuels. That would not make sense. So we will rely on our colleagues who work on the infrastructure. We hope that they will be able to launch their project and develop a network of public or private stations, charge stations.
Andrzej Přibyl, digital twins you mentioned are an excellent instrument to make transport and mobility safer, resilient, less energy demanding, low carbon and sustainable. What are your plans and ambitions, including international projects? Thank you. I will be brief. I mentioned the LIFE laboratory, smart and European, based on the European projects. We know how it works in the Netherlands, in Berlin, where they create a digital twin transport model connected to real data. And we've got other projects in the pipeline that will check the theory in practice. So thanks to the digital twin, we will be able to show the real impact on the environment and other parameters. We've shown various penetrations of the autonomous cars, what impact they would have on the integration of transport in the cities. We've got other projects with industrial partners, and we want to show the impact of industrial solutions on the cities.
Thank you. Veronika Marčeková, what are the key steps to be taken at the national level to have an infrastructure for a successful rollout of low-carbon road passenger transport at scale? Well, from our point of view, it is necessary to map out the current situation and to have long-term forecasts and strategies that will allow us to build the infrastructure in an efficient way. Right now, what we see is that we do not use efficiently the European funds available. So for us, on our behalf, we would like to accelerate the approval process of infrastructure development so that we can start building efficiently the charging stations and points. And at the same time, what we need is a more comprehensive structure of charging points. We need more interconnection between the public and private charging stations so that we have more efficient ways of charging, and so that we motivate people more to switch to e-mobility. Thank you. And the last question of the panel, Kateřina Davidová. Are there any quick solutions before the winter of this year for Czech transport that you would recommend to lower the rising greenhouse gas emissions and increase the energy resilience, so the short-term perspective for the winter? Again, if we look at individual transport, we see that any form of incentives to buy electric cars, tax incentives, and so on for both legal and physical entities, which doesn't exist yet in the Czech Republic, the latter. So that would have a very fast effect. In Denmark, for instance, the change in taxation for e-cars and combustion cars led to a rapid growth of purchases of e-cars. But if you look at the transport from a larger perspective, we see that what seems to work are programs that were tested, for instance, in Germany this summer when there was a cheap train ticket for citizens, and many people used it, and it helped save many millions of tons of CO2 emissions. So what works is to increase accessibility of transport. In Spain, for instance, they introduced the windfall tax on energy companies, and a part of the profit is transferred to public transport that is offered for free to low-income households. So there are solutions, there are possibilities already. We should take solutions that will motivate people to use public transport. We should avoid solutions such as closing down transportation lines or reducing the public service. There are also solutions such as putting a cap on prices of energy that are purchased by municipalities, for instance.
Let me mention the idea that we've discussed. The German example is such an inspiration for the companies who have to solve the transport of their employees to work, among others. So the companies should be able to write off such cost, and the customers should not tax this income. So this should attract a big part of the general public to mass transport, and we would become more resilient. And now time has come to give us your feedback. We've got a Mentimeter question. Czechia urgently lacks a national transport decarbonization strategy to set a clear framework for public and expectations of market players regarding the time-bound decarbonization ambitions. We have not got anything like that. We only have the National Energy Climate Plan. We have no sectoral calculations, and we have no time ambition. Question for Mentimeter. This is a code. It's the same as the code that you've used for the first question. You either agree, you do not know, you don't have a clear opinion, you rather agree or rather disagree or strongly disagree.
Zatím máme jenom 5 účastníků.
5 votes arrived.
Tak ještě 10 vteřin.
Few more seconds for your vote. Maybe it's a technical problem, isn't it?
Tak teď nám to úplně zmizelo. Tak se omlouváme, technicky jsme to nezvládli. Ale...
It was a technical problem, but thank you so much for an interesting discussion. All the panelists. Petr Dovolil, Roman Kokšal, Karel Novák, Ondřej Přibyl, Veronika Marčeková, Kateřina Davidová. Thank you so much. Thank you. And let me invite you to the lunch that will be served on the 5th floor. So we will reconvene in 60 minutes. Thank you.
zablokovat, jo? Já myslím, že zablokovaný byly, ne? Tohle ne. Tady svítí. Svítí. Jede power low. Oh jo.
prostě uvízí.
Já jenom upozorním, že za minutu nebo za 2 začne další panel budovy a stavebnictví. Tak poprosím o návrat do sálu. Děkuji.
In a minute, or in 2 minutes, would you please come back and be seated?
Pane Matejáš, pardon, tady když tak prezentér potom.
A já vás teď uvedu, asi začneme.
Začneme a pak klidně zmíňte, kdyby měl dotazy z publika, ať mávne, že mu přinese mikrofon, teď bude mít host.
Takže dobré odpoledne po vydatném a příjemném obědě. Ráda bych vás pozvala na pokračování inovační konference, tentokrát na panel budovy a stavebnictví, který moderuje Petr Matyáš, předseda představenstva odborné rady pro Building Smart. Vítám vás.
Petr Matyáš, who is the member of the Technical Council, Petr Štěpánek, advisor at the Ministry of Regional Development, and he also teaches at the Czech Technical University, and Ondřej Šrámek, corporate issues, Knauf insulation. Thank you very much, and we'll start with the discussion. Welcome back to our panel. To start with, I would like to say that we have microphones available here, so if you have any question or you want to make a comment, do not hesitate. Buildings. Buildings as such consume approximately 40% of energy, and they represent about 36% of CO2 or carbon emissions. And if we look at it more closely and elaborate a little bit on the figures, then we see that there are 2 stages of existence of the building. The first stage would be the operations of the building. That means the consumption during the operation of a building, which is 40 years or more. And of course, we have more energy efficient buildings today, but it is the users that determine the consumption of the building. So on the one side, we build more efficient buildings. On the other side, the users have higher and higher requirements. And this is something that the building industry cannot really influence. If you look at the data on square meters per office building per employee, then we see that we have the double of square meters per employee compared to the situation 20 years ago. So even if we have buildings that are twice as energy efficient, will still consume the same amount of energy, which is due to the consumers. The consumers do not change their lifestyle, their behavior, their requirements, and it means that we cannot save that much energy. If we are able to decarbonize and save, we can do it in the area of heating. It depends whether we burn fossil fuels or not, but this doesn't depend on the industry, because we know that the Czech Republic imports 9 billion cubic meters of gas a year, and we burn it. And if we want to replace this, we can, of course, replace it with clean energy, but it will mean that we will need many, many terawatt hours of electricity, which is approximately the equivalent of the output of the Temelin power plant per year. So there are some solutions, some improvements possible, but it does not depend that much on the industry as such, because first we need the energy and then we can do something about it. Then the second stage of energy consumption is the construction of the building itself. Here we can have a say, because in the building industry there is quite high level of inefficiency. Some say that it is up to 50%. So these are all the activities that do not generate value added. In the industry as such, the inefficiency levels are much lower. So here we have quite a lot of space for improvement. That is why I'm so happy to have my colleagues here who are experts in construction, material production, and also education, because they are those who can help us improve efficiency. And if we want to improve efficiency in construction, we have to talk about digitization, about legislation, legislative framework, and we have to talk about the customer relations. First, I will give the floor to Mr. Křesťan from Metro Staff. Good afternoon. I'll start by continuing with what has been said already. I have a very simple slide here. The slide basically shows what we started to do when we thought about our vision in terms of energy and climate and sustainability. So we try to find out what we can do. And we came to the conclusion that we cannot change anything on our own, that we can only contribute to the chain. In other words, that we need to cooperate with the whole environment and the whole society that surrounds us. So that is why we are also here today, and we were present yesterday during the official launch. So the process, as it is mentioned here, the contractor is just one part of the chain. And the contractor can have a vision, but what is important is to have a whole concept, a whole strategy that will determine everything. So it means it includes the designer, it means the contracting party, the user. But there are also other parties, such as the building authorities and similar institutions that also have a say. And this is very important for us to be able to implement the vision that we define. I would like to talk about two materials that we've been using, and these are sustainable materials. Both of them had been developed together with TGB Metro Staff, and both are used already. The first is Ecocrete concrete, which is a type of concrete that replaces aggregates with a recycled material. It is innovative material, but it has been on the market for quite some time already. But finally, the time is mature for us to start using such products. 5 or 7 years ago, if somebody said, I want recycled concrete, then it would be quite difficult. Today, we are able to use it for foundations, even in the structure. And I'm sure that with time we will be able to use it basically anywhere, even in ceilings, whenever there is quite a lot of pressure. And this year we have already sold tens of thousands of cubic meters of such material already. So it is successful, but we also have to be able to create this recycled material, to have it certified and be able to produce it. So this is the second challenge. We've been talking about circular economy. We want it to function, but we need all these elements in place first. And the second material I want to mention is the high-value concrete. It's called the UHPC concrete. It hasn't been used here a lot in the Czech Republic yet. The problem with this material is that it's difficult to process it. It's very dense. It's a very demanding material for processing. You have to learn how to work with it. We've learned it already. We know how to use it now, and we have the first examples of its usage. This is one bridge where it was used, and it is an important material also from the point of view of emission reduction. So if you can use it, it helps the reduction of emissions, and it can be used mainly for reconstruction of bridge structures because it helps increase the life of bridges, and it also has better physical characteristics. And if we really use it, it will also contribute to sustainability, climate, and energy savings. So this is my concluding remark, that we should be able to design and use materials for the purpose they are designed for. If we don't do it, then we will continue being inefficient, and we will not be able to get the benefit that it can offer. And if we do it properly, then sustainability will be better. So we have to use our common sense.
The second panelist is my colleague Petr Štěpánek, who will mention the topic we heard nothing about in the morning, but from the point of view of decarbonization and sustainability, he will talk about the most important commodity, educated technicians. We talk about decarbonization, but there is a big problem. Without a young generation of technicians, we cannot improve. And in civil engineering faculty, we can see that young people are no longer interested in the technical issues like we have to change and rethink the relationship of a young generation to the technical disciplines. But we can't cope even with the elder generations. I've got a simple answer to your question. The first part is as follows. At a Czech Technical University or a chemical faculty of the technical university, some programs reflect the need of innovated knowledge in practice, digital literacy, BIM, and others, and capacity to apply sustainable approaches is a part of the basic curriculum of knowledge. The transport faculty and the faculty of architecture have got a common smart cities program. We also cooperate with the Czech Institute of Informatics and Robotics. There is a research held, and the outputs of this research are being implemented. The universities use them for their own projects. The chemical faculty has got their own sustainability program. I'm not the eldest person here in the hall, but I'm the last generation which was able to study in a non-digital way. I studied architecture and I was able to submit a thesis written on a typewriter. So we were able to use ink to write, and still I've got a quarter of a century ahead of an active life. We could still work this way at the beginning of the 90s. If you go to Berlin to shop, drink, work, whatever, why don't you visit a Pergamon museum where there is a 3,000 to 4,000 years plan of a house, not very different from the houses we live in today. And the difference of those thousands years, the difference between the design on a plate and the technology we used in the 90s, that is the ink, is much lesser than the difference between the ink and the digital tools that we use today. So tertiary education is able to respond to the demand in a flexible way. But what we need is continuous education of people who work in a particular area. Here we need rethinking. We have to support change of competence, and digitalization and innovation in a number of disciplines will mean an end to professions like a drawer or static engineer. We have to update the competencies under the paradigm of sustainability and digitalization. That's all for the first round. Thank you. I am the chair of the BIM Council. I'm not the youngest in the room either, I have to say. Then, Mr. Schramek, Knauf Installation, you represent the part of the building industry that falls under industry. At the beginning, I mentioned the 36% of CO2, of carbon, and 40% of energy associated with buildings, and nobody really assesses how it is divided between the part that falls under the industry and the part that is the assembly and construction and the part that is operations. So we basically prepare strategies, but we work with data that is very imprecise and very raw. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. I'll try to say a couple of words from our point of view. You have mentioned it already. So we represent the industry. In other words, we consume energy to produce insulation, but at the same time, we deal with the energy crisis and we look for solutions to the energy crisis because our materials put on to the buildings help to find solutions to the energy crisis. I have some simple pictures here. This is prepared by my colleagues, and this is a very simplified view of the energy system. We can imagine it as a tub. First, you have the tap where you bring energy, and on the other side, you have a drain. That means the energy is leaking from the tap. And we like to use this picture because it shows that in the last decades, we focused on the supply
side, the production of energy. But after the energy crisis started, most of the discussion focuses on the alternative fuel, the LNG. The minister goes to Oman and searches for material. We're looking for new sources of LNG to fill our tanks. And we say, yes, obviously, this is important. It is important for the government to deal with it. But we will, of course, welcome if our tanks are full. But on the other side, we also need to devote some attention to dealing with the leakages through which the energy is leaking. So if instead of the tap, I imagine there is a building, a residential building, for instance, family houses, where approximately 1/2 of our population lives, or other residential houses, then there is enormous potential to stop these leakages of energy. So this is a topic that is missing in the discussion. I understand this is a long-term objective. First, we have to deal with the immediate problems. If you have people demonstrating at the Wenceslas Square, it is obvious that the government will try to deal with it immediately. But I think that it's time now to start thinking about the strategic question, so that next year we do not have the same problem. The fact that our tanks are full, that's great, but this is not the last winter we will have. Next year there will be another winter, and we may be facing the same problem again. And the second chart, how fast buildings cool down. Unfortunately, we do not have Eastern Europe here, but this is a chart that shows the number of degrees the building cools down in 5 hours if you stop heating the building. So let's imagine a catastrophic scenario. There is no gas available. All the heating plants stop working. It is a major crisis. And we see that in the UK, in 5 hours, imagine 5 hours, the government just has time to meet. So the temperature in Britain, in the buildings, will go down by 3 degrees. In the Nordic countries, where the energy standards are much higher, the temperature will drop by less than 1 degree only. So if you have a resilient system of buildings, then you have more space. You are not that vulnerable to a crisis. Unfortunately, in Eastern Europe, the situation is not very good. We'll probably do better than in the UK, where the buildings are not really insulated. But I think that we are comparable to what we see in France, maybe. So we will be in orange, in the orange zone too. This is just something to discuss.
Přeskočím ty slajdy kolegů, kteří nedorazili.
I'll skip the slides of the colleagues who have not arrived, and I've got a first question for all panelists. It's only 3 of us. So, should you have any questions, please go ahead and ask them. What adjustments have you done, plan to do in your company in response to the current energy challenges? And how do these adjustments fit into your strategy? So, the floor is yours. We've got a decarbonization strategy, of course, and I can tell that majority of the industry has got investment cycles. Manufacturing plant in the Czech Republic. It is the glass-making tank from which we manufacture insulation. Every 10 years, we can make an investment decision and change the technology and move forward. And before that, when the tank must be heated and it can't cool down, we can apply energy management measures, and there is some potential in units, in We have to have a long-term government strategy, and the industry usually is not able to respond immediately. It functions in long-term investment horizons. It must be able to make investment decisions in the long term.
Thank you, Mr. Štěpánek. Can you elaborate on the topic? We, about a year or 2 years ago, we innovated our programs, and we have the EA programs now. That means that these are programs that include sustainability management. And the reason for this step is simple. We live in a professional bubble or sectoral bubble, and we do not need to convince us because we would be convincing the convicted. But if we get out of this professional bubble, then we find ourselves in a world when we talk to civil servants or decision makers, they will share with you horrible stories of dangerous passive buildings or electric cars that explode and so on. And we need to educate them. And this is the role of the educational sector. We have to educate people and also get involved in applied research. Thank you. Then the next question was for Mr. Křesťan from Metrostav, but we have been cooperating with Metrostav on several projects, therefore I can answer on his behalf. The question is, what are the key challenges that your company faces now? And I can say what are our challenges as architects who cooperate with Metrostav. Well, the first, is the shortage of building materials on the market. So if we as architects say we want a specific type of concrete, we can be sure that we will not find them because most of it comes from Ukraine. Whenever we have a suggestion for changes in the project, it's not about material that is cheaper or of better quality. The question that you have to answer is it available? Is the material available on the market? So whenever you want to change a project, it's what determines whether you can do it or not is not the price or the quality, but the availability of the material on the market. I believe that would be the answer of Mr. Křesťan. And
Mr. Štěpánek has already responded to the first point. How does your university prepare students and reskill buildings? And this is a question for Mr. Štěpánek. Insulation for building renovations. Are you able to increase your production to meet the likely greater demand in future years? Yes, this relates to what you said, the lack of material. The situation is improving, but deteriorating on the other hand, because the energy prices are skyrocketing and planned projects are being suspended. At the stage of project preparation, we will experience a slowdown that will be translated into our work as we are at the end of the chain. However, the demand increase is dramatic. We want to invest into the increase of our capacity. We have acquired a partner in Romania recently, and our material has got a very long service life, so this will help us. we have invested into the manufacturing plant of a blown insulation, and well, we've got always a decade of and make a big investment every decade. We've got 4 more years to go before such big investment, so we would need a crystal ball.
A question for Mr. Tuma from Strabag, but Mr. Strabag cannot attend. But the question is about building information modeling, which is an innovative instrument for preparation and implementation and operation of buildings. And the question is, does the Czech Republic proceed sufficiently fast in this context? I can answer again. The Czech Republic in 2016 and 17 adopted the strategy of BIM implementation and digitization implementation. The strategy was drafted by my council that I chair. We cooperated with Metro staff and with many other companies. At that time, we were among the first countries in Europe, or the British were the first, so we were among the first to adopt such a strategy at the government level. 5 years later, we have nothing. Unfortunately, the situation is that whenever the public administration starts dealing with an issue, everything gets frozen. In 2020, we have the law on digitization in the construction industry adopted. Then we had the first tenders for the suppliers. Then the next government cancelled all the tenders, and we will start from scratch again. So the conclusion is that we always come up with a great big system. Then we discover that it is very complicated, and we complicate it even more, and in the end we have nothing because we cannot deal with it at all. And this is the reality of digitization too. And that will also be covered by the Mentimeter question when we will talk about strategy. I have to admit that I'm very scared of big global strategies. I think that Professor Zelený, great name in the Czech Republic, said it, that in today's changing times, it is important to make the first step. In other words, in digitization, in all the processes, you have to take small steps and avoid focusing on the big global strategies, because whenever there is something like COVID or the war in Ukraine, then it will all break down. So we wanted to have a big strategy, and we have nothing today. And now I turn to the public. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. And if not, then we were able to respect the time slot that was allotted to us. And I see a question there.
My question is the following. 15 years ago, I was at the introduction of the renewables, and now I've got a question. Why in the construction the market leaders like Knauf introduce the natural materials that slowly in construction? I'm talking about insulation and about hemp and so on. Why does it take so long? Why it's not available on the market? Well, we don't introduce it because, in our opinion, it's not our core business. Mineral fiber is our core business. And as for the sustainability, if you carry out an analysis, LCA analysis, and have a look at the product, often it's not the case that the natural materials are better. Often you have to use various chemicals to treat them, and plastic. So it's not that we would be against it. Our strength is our core business. So I am a fan. I helped my cousin to build a house from straw, and it was fun. But if you have to insulate 200,000 prefab houses, then you probably won't use such material. And it is a big challenge that we face, and we need something that can be manufactured industrially and which is scalable. But nothing against the hemp and these natural materials. They've got a niche on the market as well.
Before I pass the floor to Mr. Štěpánek, I would like to react because I remember a sentence said by Sir Rogers, a famous British architect who got the question about colors. The question was, what colors do you like in your buildings? And he said, if you use natural materials, then the color is not that important. So in other words, if you use concrete, steel and glass, then the buildings can have natural colors. So natural materials such as straw and so on, or the use of natural ventilation systems, for instance. This is what I said at the beginning. We, as users, will have to accept that the standards will go down a little bit, and we will have to accept that we have buildings that consume less energy for operations and for construction, but we have to accept, for instance, that the temperature will not be guaranteed, that in the office there will be more than 30 degrees during a hot day. So it's about our comfort. And if we want to be comfortable 100%, and if we want to have it in all the norms and standards, then we will have to accept industrial production. The natural materials will not probably guarantee these standards and norms respected. And Mr. Štěpánek, a comment on BIM. If you have used the software, you know that you can analyze any project to the last item. And we draft strategies that are then put aside, but in the Scandinavian countries, for instance, BIM is a mandatory part of public tenders. And the reason is that it is a major anti-corruption measure. If you look at the project and if you see all the items down to the last nail, then you see immediately that the small nail will not cost 100 euros, logically, or some equipment will not cost 100,000 euros. While when you assess the value of a building as a whole, you cannot see all these details. And I dare say that the reason why BIM is not a part of public tender is that we prefer to have the more comprehensive assessment of the value or of the result. Anybody else? A question? There are no more questions, so thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a nice conference.
Very much for the explanation for why we construct insufficiently. And now I'd like to invite the panelists of the other block, circular economy. Petr Kalaš will be the moderator. He's the president of the Czech Business Council for Business Development. And the panelists are Maria Logrova, PR manager Malfini, then Pavel Zedníček, financial director Incien, then Pavel Snop, Czech Energy Products, Barbara Kotoun, sustainability manager IKEA, and Jan Gemrich, Union of Cement Manufacturers, Czech Republic. Good afternoon. Welcome to another panel dedicated to circular economy. By way of introduction, I'd like to welcome all panelists once more time, and let me open the discussion with a few remarks. The relationship of the circular economy and climate change is given by the fact that the proportion of mining and processing of mined materials causes 60% of CO2 emissions, and the consumption material pace, according to the research from 2019, is 3 times higher than the raw materials capacity of our planet until 2050. So the consumption of materials is not sustainable. The European Union, within the Green Deal strategy, has got 19 other policies next to the sustainability. So circular economy is one of them. The action plan of the EU on the circular economy from spring 2022 is a European agenda that focuses on European competitiveness and reduction of import dependency and focus on safe products available or that can be repaired. So this is a new development. We are hearing about it from the media, and this is what the future brings us. This action plan specifies a deviation from the traditional linear process: take, make, use, and dispose. That is, that I take a material and dispose it at the end. So we prefer the reduce, repair, and recycle process. So our today's topic is how do the companies reflect on this new approach in their corporate strategies. The focus of the action plan covers a broad area. Scope is very broad. It includes construction materials, furniture, textiles, batteries, electronics. We are hearing about that from the media. It includes steel, cement, packaging material, and today representatives of the industry will tell us what measures they take. So let me mention that some of them do contribute to the effort of the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development, of the relevant panel of our council. So can you please introduce your companies first, and let me give the floor to Maria Lodrova, representing Malfini.
Good afternoon. I have 2 slides for you. The first will be just as an introduction to show you the label of our company. You may know us. Malfini is the leader at the Czech and also Central European market. We supply ad textile, and we also supply working garments. And here you see the label, the eagle, and Malfini means eagle in Creole language. You may think, well, textile, fast-moving goods, and you will be right. Of course, this is what we understood, and we are well aware of the fact that textile production is one of the most one of the activities that impacts negatively the environment. That is why we started with some first steps, but we believe that even the first steps we took are big steps. We started with packaging. We have a project, we call it Unified Box, because packaging is important not only for the transportation of goods to the Czech Republic, but also it is important for the transportation of our goods to the client. So the project Unified Box is very simple. We managed to negotiate with all our suppliers that they will supply goods in boxes of one size that fits into containers. That means we do not transport filling material, we do not transport empty air. And the boxes that you can see here in the warehouse are rather durable, because these boxes have to survive the transport from overseas by boats, and a part of it is used for the distribution when we distribute to our clients. So this is our circularity project. We also reduce the packaging material that we use. We used to have 10 different types of packaging materials. Now we have boxes that allow us not to use any filling material. We reduced the number of times that we use, and now instead of using the 3 smallest ones, we use plastic bags. If you hear it, you may think, well, plastic is not sustainable, is it? Well, the contrary is true. We have calculations that show that the carbon footprint of the plastic bags is much lower than the carbon footprint of the paper boxes. And we also agreed with our transporters. You see the big transportation box there. So we transport in these boxes that are recyclable and reusable. Again, another small step that we took. And obviously, we produce textile, as I have said already. And now I have to mention something we are very proud of. This is something new. This year we have T-shirts and sweatshirts made of recycled plastic. This is one example. This is made from 15 half-liter plastic bottles. If you want to have a closer look at it, you can come and I'll show it to you. We also use organic cotton, merino. Here we're not talking about circular economy, but sustainability is very high here. So that's our circularity project.
You deserve a round of applause. This is a transfer to new methodology within circularity. And let me now welcome Pavel Zedníček. INSIAN is a partner of our council. So can you introduce your organization? Thank you very much, Petr. Thank you for the invitation. I do represent the Institute of Circular Economy, organization that fosters circular economy from 2014 for quite some time. And I want to point out about 2 key activities that should be mentioned today. One of them being that circular economy has been perceived as something that is a nice part of sustainability. And the discussion always ended up with decarbonization of the energy mix, which is critical. We had a panel on energy today, but what is important in our opinion and what we miss in the Czech debate is how we work with materials. Often we talk about energy efficiency and then we hear about circular economy, and question always comes, what is it? And if we replace it with one word, or it's material efficiency, so then we comprehend better. If we have a look at the Czech industry, which is highly material intensive, then the potential for circular economy is high. We've published a study that is available via the QR code. It's in English. And there we want to calculate the potential. It's not our difficult analysis. We are based on foreign sources where they emphasize the topic much more. So today, the energy mix is intensive and it's rather dirty. We talk about the energy industry, but future development will decarbonize the energy mix, and we will focus on the emissions in the materials, that is the built-in emissions. In buildings, it is 80% energy, 20% materials, but in 10 years' time it will become 50-50. So in the way we decarbonize production of cement or steel, that is critical, but change will have to come not only in the production but in consumption. Growth in material consumption is huge. It's unbelievable, and we have to ask, how can we create added value with economy, with the few materials that are so intense? So we will publish the study, there will be an event, and it is a topic that should be debated more. And before I finish, I have to mention one interesting thing. In April, we have started a Czech circular hotspot. This is a parallel of the Rethink project, and the topic of circular economy wants to be developed in this community. I mean, because we want to inform each other and carry through and support the change. We also publish legislative barriers that prevent further development of circular economy. Thank you. And now over to Mr. Slop.
Mr. Snop is the head of the Research and Development Department of the Czech company, and he specializes in energy products. I'm very much interested in this initiative of Czech, so the floor is yours, and please explain. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to introduce very quickly how in Czech, and not only in the Czech group, because I speak on behalf of our member organizations, because we associate producers of energy projects. It is a national association, and now we changed our name. Now we are called the Association of Alternative Building Material Producers, because we want to show what different types of alternative materials exist for the building industry, but also for other industries. And we cooperate with the association at the European level, ECOBA, which doesn't sound very nice. It is the European Combustion Product Association, where we cooperate on guidelines, and we cooperate in order to be able to develop new types of materials for the building industry. Here I have a very important question, and this is a question that has been discussed during the whole day. In other words, the society is asking for sustainability. Sustainability is considered to be a key indicator that we take into account whenever we determine the success or failure of our project. So I have been attending many events, and at these events we discuss all the options and possibilities. So my question is, what is sustainability? And my question for you is, what do you want and why you want it? I think that only if we answer these questions, then we will be able to create multidisciplinarity, because it is a must today. It is important to interconnect different segments, and this is the way that moves us forward. So this is the challenge for the humanity. I think that we cannot move away from this trend forward. So for me, the answer to our challenges is the multidisciplinary approach, because we have many tools available, but the multidisciplinary approach helps us to view it from the right point of view. We have the challenges in the energy sector. For instance, we burn coal. The byproduct would be ashes and other materials, and these materials then can be used elsewhere. And these materials already comply with many requirements that we have. Mr. Emlich represents the cement industry, and we have a beautiful example of how it can work, but it's not discussed publicly. Therefore, it is necessary to improve our PR. And here you see an example of the usage of alternative materials that are almost emission-free. So you can produce high-quality products that the humanity needs, and it gives you time. It buys you time, because the material as we use them today will stop being available one day, and we will have to come up with new solutions. It may sound like science fiction today, but today it is the time. We, as the Czech Republic and also Poland maybe, we have an enormous quantity, billions of tons of materials that we can process. The materials already exist here, regardless of the operations of coal-fired power stations. And by using these materials, we will increase the sustainability, because these materials have almost zero carbon footprint. But we need to adopt the multidisciplinary approach to achieve that, and understand that the materials have been here. We simply have to use them properly. Thank you.
Thank you, and let me invite the representative of the European region, Sweden, where the sustainability is a part of the constitution and part of strategy of the companies. Barbara Kotoun. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon. I've been thinking that, IKEA, I will not introduce our business, but I will introduce a circular product, second life of furniture. I love figures, so let me introduce you to the product in figures. 1.6, first figure. As Mr. Kalash said, the system in which we work, we produce products, use them, and dispose them. It's not sustainable. It means that we consume up-to-date 1.6 times of the sources of our planet. For IKEA, this is not sustainable in the long term. If we want to grow, we have to understand that we have to seek new ways how to grow without abusing the natural resources. We've got a target for the year 2030. We want to achieve circularity and climate positivity that year. These topics are interconnected. The climate positivity means that we want to reduce more emissions of greenhouse gases than we produce, and circularity is one of the tools that will help us to achieve this target. Why? The 20. That's the third figure. According to the study of a foundation that deals with circular economy, we know that if we transfer into a circular economy, we will be able to save up to 20% of the greenhouse gases emissions that will be emitted to the air until 2050. So circular economy is one of the solutions. In 2017, we were one of the first regions, even before Sweden. We've launched the service Second Life of Furniture, used by thousands of people. 352 customers used this service in 2021. We have repurchased 7,000 products for them. How does it work? If you have a product you don't like, you don't need at home, you simply want to get rid of it, you don't have to dispose it, put it next to some garbage. You can sell it back to IKEA. You take a photograph, you download it to our web page, you receive a price offer, and if you accept it, you will transport it to pickup point of IKEA, or we can transport it there. And we've got a department where we sell second-hand products. 1.5 is the turnover of products in our circular hub of IKEA. This is a result that shows how high is the potential of second-hand sale growth. We only keep the products for a day and a half, then we resell them. So this is the Second Life of Furniture project, and let us hope that we will be able to remove the brackets and create circularity.
Thank you very much for this very original presentation of your strategy. The next guest is Mr. Gemrich. I wonder whether you want to say a couple of introductory remarks before we start with the next part, which are the questions. Well, good afternoon. I'll try to answer the questions in one block. It will be more useful. Each of you imagines the cement works and production of cement as something very dirty, where you have many residues that are simply dumped at a landfill. But this is not true anymore. When we mine the raw material in a quarry, we add 5 to 7% of recycled material to it, usually recycled concrete. Then the material goes to the furnace. We do not use coal anymore. We usually use recycled alternative fuels for our furnaces. And in the end, we have different types of cement of different sizes. There is approximately 36 different types of cement available. And we say to designers and architects and so on that some types of cement that are not environmental friendly will not be available anymore. Portland cement, for instance, will not be available anymore because it is a very environmental unfriendly product. So we say to our clients who use our products that they have to learn how to use other more environmental friendly types of cement. Last year we taught this to the big five in the Czech Republic, that is Metrostav, Starbucks, Skanska and other companies. They know it already. Next year we will teach this to designers because we have to use European norms and Czech norms, and we have to start changing these things, these approaches. So in the end we transform cement into concrete, and the concrete can last for 50 to 100 years, and it's not dumped at a landfill anymore. It is crushed. We take the steel structure that is in it, and we reuse it. And the old concrete, the mass is crushed and ground. A part is used for the production of cement, and part is used for recycled aggregates. Because, as you probably know, in the Czech Republic, we had not opened a new quarry for aggregates for 20 years in the Czech Republic, which is good, but we need materials to be able to build new buildings. So the recycled aggregates have completely different properties compared to natural sources. So again, we have to change our approach, change the recipes. So this was the description of the closed cycle between the raw materials, cement and concrete, using alternative fuels. And in between, somewhere, there is the Green Deal. So we are getting ready together with the energy industry, the steel industry, because for us, the EU ETS will stop in a couple of years, and we will have to adopt new mechanisms. And we really do not understand what it means for us, but we have to be ready, and we have to be also one of the driving forces that will help Europe to achieve the carbon neutral future.
And now a similar process as in the previous panels. Can you please answer the introductory question? What adjustments have you plan to do in your company in response to the current energy challenges and disruptions, and how do they fit into your decarbonization strategy and plans? Can you be brief, please? Let us start with Mrs. Logrova. Can you show the first slide of mine? We have an advantage. We are not energy intensive. We manufacture abroad. Second, our shareholders are visionaries, mainly one of them. If you remember the first slide I showed you, it showed our logistics center in Ostrava that we used to distribute goods not only to 35 countries of Europe. This is a center not only with energy savings, technology used is very up-to-date. It's not only photovoltaics, it's also recharging of lifts or e-cars in Ostrava and Ústí nad Labem. All of these aspects enable us to achieve electric energy savings, and in 21 and in 2020 we were independent from 82%. Our head office in Ústí nad Labem was constructed with solar panels, and as I said, we use 2 e-cars, and we change our car park to CNG, and we really follow the decarbonization targets. We've got a strategy until 2030. We want to become neutral in scope 1, 2. We are going to extend our photovoltaics in both Ostrava and Ústí nad Labem. I only want to add that I visited your warehouse in Ostrava. I can recommend a visit to all of you. It's wonderful, its energy and warehousing profiles.
Pavel, thank you. It's difficult or maybe simple to answer this question because we have 2 offices in Prague. But just a couple of words to explain why I believe that circular economy is so important. I'll go back to the discussion on energy efficiency. That is the focus of our discussion. If we take the materials, we have to see them as a bank of stored energy, and we waste it. Let's take municipal waste. We still have half of municipal waste that is landfilled in the Czech Republic, and we think about how to automatize our production processes. We talk about the EAI, but we still landfill our waste, which is paradoxical. So if we take any product, even this building is a sort of material where we have energy built in, and the more efficient we work with such material, the closer we will get to energy self-autonomy. So this is what I wanted to highlight, because now we talk about the energy sector. It is our priority today, but it's not energy and materials. It's not energy or materials. It is energy and materials. So we have to take it as a connecting vessel. Yes, Mr. Snob, please. Thank you. As I have mentioned already, we are a subsidiary, 100% owned by ČEZ, and our company was set up for this reason. So we've been in existence for 14 years, and we have been preparing for the situation that we have today, because in the course of the last 14 years, we introduced many new products to the market. We wanted to prepare for these times when it will be really important to have these products, because it will help us to achieve carbon neutrality. We are not interested in energy production as our parent company. We are interested in energy products, which shows that our group understood many years ago that it is important to be active and proactive in these areas. In the past, we transformed and processed waste. We used complicated technology to transform waste into good products for the building industry, and we have to continue to do so.
It's also an issue for the heating plant sector, and we've got a representative on our specialized panel who takes similar steps. Well, as for IKEA and our decarbonization strategy, I've already introduced it. There is no change. We invest into solar panels, heat pumps, and independence of our department stores. We've got a deadline, 2030, and our priority is to work individually with the technical aspects of each department store. There are, different, let's say, holes in the roof, and investments into the systems of smart buildings management is important. We want to be energy efficient. The crisis is an opportunity for us, and it's good for us that because the dramatic increase of energy prices, the business cases for the energy sufficiency and energy independence do come out much better. So crisis as an opportunity, right? It's not a cliche, it is a practical example. And now we are approaching the last round of questions and answers. Mrs. Logrova, what importance do you assign to circular economy in your business strategy and development? How do you pursue this strategy? You've already responded, so can you add any further information to it? As you said, Petra, fast turning goods. We know what it means for us, and risk or opportunity. It is a challenge. It is a big challenge indeed, and it's both risk and opportunity. Risk lies in the fact that the Czech society is still not exactly ready for it. We can do plastic. We are able to recycle and sort paper and plastic, but not textile. So this is a risk we are scared of, and it's an opportunity at the same time. We closely follow the EU legislation. We are ready for the change, and now I can't be precise. I can't give you any details, but I believe that we will be ready. Yes, the EU taxonomy will give you an opportunity to apply and implement the textile part of your business, Pavel. Yes. The key precondition in using recycled materials is commitment of the clients in procurement. What would you suggest to change in the existing Czech practice to incentivize them? Well, today we have a law, Public Procurement Act, which obliges us to include the environment criteria into the procurement. So the done has enabled it, but the public institutions are hesitant in applying the criteria. They usually circumvene it. They meet the obligation, but they don't meet the purpose. So here it depends on education. We have to educate the public administration. We have to explain to them what it means and what chances it gives them, because the government, the state, who procures the key infrastructures, buildings and products, is a big client, and they've got this great tool in their hand that can trigger circular economy. However, they stumble because they are under pressure. It's a huge responsibility, and we have a study on procurement, public procurement in the Czech Republic compared to the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, it is quality and price 50-50, including other criteria, and in the Czech Republic, price is the key indicator or key value in the public procurement. And now, amidst the energy crisis, as Bára says, it will make sense now, but it's not the way we should follow. Here we try to cooperate with the public administration and organize workshops and education for them. Thank you.
Mr. Snop, what are the major areas of applied circular economy in your company, and how do they contribute environmentally and economically to the supply chain and profile? And how does your company stand in this respect compared to other energy companies, energy-producing companies? You've already given us some answers, so could you elaborate on that? Yes, we are the leaders in this era because of our size too. So we had the honor to launch a methodology indicating how to work with these materials, how to assess them, and how to set the conditions for their use. So here we also work as the educators. We work not only within our associations, but also elsewhere. And let me also say that thanks to the fact that we were involved in applied research and development, we were able to develop in our company our own green binding material with almost zero carbon footprint that is already available on the market and is already used. And we're just waiting for an approval of an investment into large-scale industrial production. But this is a beautiful example of the fact that if there is will, there is a way. And now a question for Barbara Cotton. How has the concept of circular economy changed your business, and what are your key plans for the future? You've already mentioned it. Is there anything else you would like to add? Well, I would like to mention, I'm speaking on behalf of a retailer and a brand that manufactures products. And if you want to work properly in circular economy, you have to take responsibility for the whole with the raw materials, but it doesn't end with your products being on a shelf. We need well-educated clients, and we also have to give the customers the means to recycle. So in other words, we have to give the clients the opportunity to prolong the life of the product or to repair the product if need be. And concerning our future plans, we focus on one topic now, which is our priority: waste, working with waste, how to use waste in our production and ideally have a product that is produced solely from our own waste. Thank you. So that's the end of this part. We have used our time slot, and now Mr. Gemrich had to leave, unfortunately, but now we will turn to you because we have the Mentimeter question. You can again register for the application, and the question is here for you. So this is the login data. And the question for you is, the Czech public sector should gradually require minimum shares of recycled material to be used in technical specifications for works in public tenders. And the answer is, I definitely agree. I do not have an opinion. I do not agree. I do not disagree. I disagree, and I strongly disagree. So please give us your answers. Well, despite the minimum number of participants, we see that there is support, strong support or clear support. So that's the end of this panel. Thank you very much. Ms. Maria Logrova Malfini, Pavel Zedníček, Director ECN, Mr. Snop Ches, and Mrs. Barbara Cotton IKEA. And I also thank Mr. Gemrich. Thank you very much, and I wish you every success in your business and every success with your circular economy plans. Thank you. Much, and now we will have a coffee break, which will take place in the foyer, and I suggest we have 15 minutes now.
please be seated.
Tak dobré odpoledne, ještě jednou jsem moc ráda, že jste se přišli podívat, ale
Good afternoon. I'm glad that at least some of you are back with us. And if I may, I'd like to open yet another panel that will focus on water industry, moderated by Petr Dovolil, member of Presidium of the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development from PricewaterhouseCoopers. And let me also welcome the speakers, Pavel Válek, BOD President Pražská vodohospodářská společnost, Jaroslav Ďurič, CEO Vero Energy, Tomáš Pešek, Manager Food Development, REMA, and guest of the panel, Filip Vanner, member of the Committee for Water Treatment Plants from the Union of Water Mains and Sewerage, SOVAC CR. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my big honor to welcome the panelists, and I believe that our debate will be as interesting as the morning one. Water industry might seem not to have much in common with the energy, but energy and water both are necessary, and if we don't have energy in water plants, we won't have drinking water. Water industry is not the dominant sector that would face troubles with emissions. It is the fourth biggest sector in the UK. It's comparable in the Czech Republic. Some sectors might be even bigger. It is an important part of the whole transition, of the decarbonization transition. It is a sector that might reach the climate neutrality much earlier, like in the UK, where they've set to achieve the objective until 2030. And water industry can protect us from floods and solve the climate change aftermath. So it protects the infrastructure of other sectors. That's why it is so important. And I'd like to hand over to the president of PVS, BOD, who will touch upon the energy security and use of waste heat in the water treatment plants, water treatment plant in Prague, to be precise. Thank you very much.
If I may, I'll start by introducing the Prague Water Management Company, PVS. We are a company 100% owned by the city of Prague, and we manage all the water management assets of the city. That means that we manage assets worth 149 million Czech crowns. So all the assets are located in the city of Prague. And the operator of this infrastructure is the company Prague Water and Sewage Management Company, and the PVS, the 49% shareholder of this operator, and the 51% is owned by Veolia Group. And in 2028, there will be acquisition of all the shares, and the city of Prague will become 100% owner and operator of the whole system. Now, I have the opportunity to explain what is the biggest energy project we have had so far. It is still in the feasibility stage. It is an energy center, which is a modern installation to use thermal pumps using the gradient of water temperature from the drain of our water treatment plant and the temperature of water in the Vltava River. Just some information. This central water treatment plant is located at Císařský Island in the city of Prague. It treats 96% of the water sewage in Prague. This is the existing treatment line. There are two of them at the plant. Now we need to reconstruct the line, and we are planning that for the period 6 years later. And the second line had been constructed or reconstructed not a long time ago. And the main source of heat here is the gradient of the warm water from the drain from the treatment plant, and the gradient is between 15 to 21 degrees Celsius. The volume of water flowing out of the plant with some level of certainty is 1 cubic meters per second. So it means in total 3 cubic meters per second for the two lines. Here you see the second part of the water treatment plant. The second part is brand new. It is underground completely, and the processes and all the technology is underground. And on the surface, you see a park, but I'll go back to the project. So we can use this source of heat, and we can generate up to 800,000 gigajoule of heat at each drain point. That means that we are able to transpose through the heat pumps heat in the gradient 95-60. And we can also use supplementary heating to receive the value of 110 to 60. And the heat that we generate in this way is heat that can be supplied to two major neighborhoods of Prague. First, Juliska and Veleslavin in Prague, where we already have the central supply of heat, but we will simply change the medium. And there is a potential for a new neighborhood to be added to the network, Bubny Zátory. Each neighborhood represent 83,000 households. So the potential is up to 200,000 citizens that could be supplied with this heat. In the discussions before elections, I have heard many times that we can supply heat to up to 1/3 of the population of Prague using this source, but it is a mistake. We probably confuse households and number of citizens, so we are talking about 200,000 citizens. We will be able to save more than 29 million cubic meters of gas per year, which is a significant reduction of our carbon footprint. We've just finished the feasibility study, and the most important output is the localization of the energy center. If you know the neighborhood, on your left-hand side, you see the old water treatment plant, which is just before the island. And you see the energy center. You see that it is quite a big building. I think it is 15 meters high, 15 meters going in depth. And we were able to negotiate this location with the river management company, because this territory is threatened by floods, but finally it seems to be suitable. So this is what we agreed on, and now we'll start on working on the EAI, and we will start preparing the documents for the planning decision. And my last slide, investment. The investment is worth 6 billion Czech crowns for the energy center only, and there will be other investment necessary for the connection to the electricity grid. We would become the biggest client for electricity supplies in Prague. I don't have the figures now in my head, but that would represent approximately 500 million Czech crowns for electricity per year. We are discussing the possibility of subsidies. We may receive between 30 to 40% of subsidies. But what is important to say is that the cost price is 750 Czech crowns per gigajoule without the VAT, which is approximately the same price as the price of energy supplied from the central system. And this is a pure source, no additional costs included. But we believe that this is such an interesting and such modern project that it should be supported, and we hope that it will be supported by the new management of Prague, and we believe that it should be finished in the years 2028, 2030. Thank you very much. This is a very interesting project because it is scalable. Each big city needs a water treatment plant, and the costs are never 100% certain, but there is one certainty, that is the costs will not grow that much because we use the energy that we have available already, and we use the energy for heating. Now I'll pass the floor to Jaroslav Duriš. Jaroslav Duriš is here because he represents the technology sector, and I believe that there are important savings to be achieved in water management. It is important to show that there are companies that work on it, and there is huge potential. And let me remind you that the renewable sources of energy in the Czech Republic are not that significant. And for us, it is very important to work economically with our sources and water sources.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Our story is the very opposite of what my pre-speaker said. We are a small company. We achieved energy savings. And the idea that is a motto of our today's conference, rethink of how we make business. This is a motto that we've been working at for 4 years. So energy savings makes no sense. It's not a perspective for us. We focus on water, drinking water, and we thought, well, drinking water is made by these big companies here who supply the big cities. And the other extreme is that some people have their own well in their garden, but the room in between is not used by anybody. It is a niche. We gave it a try, and after 4 years, I can tell that this is a wonderful way. This is the idea we follow. This century is the century of water. Water is at the center of our attention. Water is life. Who hasn't got water hasn't got life. Water is the second most important source after the air. So when we looked for the niche which we identified, it's the community or island solutions. We also looked for a business model we might use. And why are we successful? It is the combination of these alternatives. Gap on the market. We haven't got any competitors. And we are not a competitor. We do not compete with the big companies. We do so-called small water, 20,000 cubic meters up to 150,000 cubic meters per year. So we combine the technological solution, the engineering, the business model, and financing. Often we heard from a mayor of a small village, I like your solution, but I'm short of money. So we had a look at it from the other side, and we thought, Why should we make anybody of our clients to purchase our water plant? You don't buy transformers if you use electric energy. So we supply service. We pay for the technology and we supply service. We finance it from our own sources and we supply drinking water. The contract has got 4 parameters: price per cubic meter, length of contract, quality of water, that is based on the law, applicable law, and the amount of supplied water. We need a long-term contract. That's key. We need 10 years contracts, and we've built a financial tool through which we are able to cover the cost of technology, service. We also guarantee the price for the life of the contract, and we prepay it from our fund. And this is just a target group of our service. Small municipalities, spas, aquaparks, hospitals, hotels, industry, farms, and alike. This entity is able to work as an island. Let me give you an example. Spa Bechyně. Wonderful spa on Lužnice River in South Bohemia. We provide water management, the island type, to the spa, and the spa can use the monopoly supplier service. We treat the Lužnice River water for them, and we provide for the operation. And we want to save money, so we use recycling technology, which would be a topic for the previous panel. We use a pool water that was let out into the river historically. We treat the pool water and return it to the operation of the spa. And it's interesting for the spa, like 3 times. They save for water and electrical energy that would heat water, because we work with warm water. So this makes us interesting for our clients. That is the economy. We generate savings in every project. Then environment. We take water from the river, from the surface source. We make it drinking water and return it to the nature much cleaner. And then we are independent on monopoly suppliers, which is good in various crises, not only the economic, but in drought seasons. So this is all.
Thank you. That was very inspiring, because the resilience to climate changes means that some companies will have to have backup sources. And we're talking about mobility as a service, energy as a service, and I didn't know that there is also water as a service. And this is very promising, probably not that much in the Czech Republic, but definitely in other countries. And you can also export this technological know-how that can be used with success in other countries. Now, Tomáš Pešek, REMA Systems, and he will present another very interesting project of using other types of material that is processed by water treatment plants, and energy is extracted from the material. My name is Tomáš Pešek, and I represent the company REMA Systems that processes material from waste. It may seem that I'm not the one who should be in this panel because we do not really deal with water or water management, but we have conducted research, and one of the outcomes of the research was that we can produce new types of fuel from sewage sludge and sludge from paper industries. So in the framework of our research, we've been looking for alternatives, how to process toner cassettes in the printing machines, and we discovered that there is problem with the sewage sludge and paper industry sludge, and one of our branches is located close to a paper producing plant and close to a water treatment plant. We came with the idea that we could use the waste from these two productions and use it as a source of energy. So we came with a project that we conduct in cooperation with the Research Institute of the Czech Academy of Science, and it was supported by the Technological Agency of the Czech Republic. So we recycle waste from sewage plants and paper processing plants, and we discovered that the new fuel has very important and interesting properties, and it can be used as a substitute for the conventional fuels in the form of briquettes or pellets or crushed material, and it could be substituted for lignite or biomass. So we conducted the research, and first we defined the capacities that are needed. We found in literature that each person in the Czech Republic produces approximately 20 kilograms of dry matter of sewage per year. The sewage comes from the treatment plants. The humidity level is usually 80% of this sewage. So if you have an agglomeration of 50,000 inhabitants, you can get approximately 1,000 tons of dry matter, which is for us an interesting medium where we can add additives. But first, we conducted experiments. We've been looking for the right ratio between in the mix of the sewage and paper producing sludge. The sludge can help reduce emissions of dangerous gases, and the result is a material that we tested in the form of pellets. And we have been burning it in boilers, and we discovered that the pellets have very good mechanical properties, are very resistant, and are also very resistant to humidity. So the parameters are comparable to pellets made of coal or biomass. And when burning this material, we can get energy between 11 to 6 megajoule per kilogram, which is comparable to lignite. The calorific value of lignite is 11 to 19. The average is 16 for lignite. So this material has very high calorific value, but it produces much lower emissions. There are, of course, the emissions of sulfur that is contained in the sludge, but it's not such a problem because each energy source is today equipped with filters. But heavy metals such as zinc or lead or nickel or cobalt or other metals stay in the ashes. In other words, it's not in the emissions. In other words, the fuel is very resistant to the content of heavy metals, which is very often problematic when you need to treat this material. We conducted the LCA study for the fuel, and we discovered that the impacts of the life cycle of this fuel is half of the impact of lignite. In other words, we can get the similar quantity of energy while influencing much less the environment, and at the same time that we discovered that the ashes after the burning of the sludge contains a large quantity of phosphor that can be isolated very easily, and then it can be used as fertilizer in agriculture, which is again an value added. It's much better than to get the phosphor from the sludge at the very beginning of the process. So the price of the fuel is approximately 10 to 15 euros per gigajoule, which is a price comparable, even more advantageous than the price of lignite. The price, of course, includes the savings from emission quotas, because the mixture of sludge is considered as biomass, which means that you do not need to purchase permits for emissions when you burn this fuel. And it also includes the savings that you make when treating sewage sludge. I think that biogas, for instance, cannot provide a solution to the treatment of sludge. These solutions simply transform the sludge, but we still have sludge that has to be disposed of in a economical and legitimate way. But our approach is a solution that allows to produce biofuel that can be added to other conventional fuels or can replace conventional fuels, and there is no need to change the technology of production of the conventional fuels, because the fuels have the same, the alternative fuel has the same parameters. The operators of water treatment plants are, we can say, owners of a very interesting raw material that, when well treated and well processed, can be used to produce energy and then use it for own consumption or for sale.
We have to get to the questions, so thank you very much. And let me open the questions. Well, not the introductory one, because the pre-speakers already said that the energy sources are there. And Mr. Válek, what other short-term and mid-term measures regarding energy efficiency and decarbonization do you currently consider in your company? We are under pressure of the price. So how do you approach it? How do you see your future? I'll be very brief. I will introduce two projects of ours. We've finalized the concept of photovoltaic power plants on the facilities that we administer. We've got 72 places where we can locate them. It's 14.5 megawatt peaks in our facilities that can be added, and we implement first 9 projects out of the 72, and the overall cost of all identified projects of solar panels amount to 12 million crowns. We should reduce CO2 by 12.1 thousand tons per year. And the second project is the biomethane, bio-CNG tanks that we want to transfer to. we implement this project at the treatment plant, and the first pilot or testing size or scope of the project is 2 million cubic meters of biogas per year, and we should generate up to 1.6 million cubic meters of bio-CNG that will be taken to a medium pressure gas pipeline, able to supply Davice with this bio-CNG and sell it as a fuel for buses or cars of the Prague Municipal Service. How does decarbonization change the business strategy and production and plans of your company? I have to admit that the decarbonization topic has been left aside. We are a small company and we focus on engineering and financial service. We do not produce anything, so our carbon footprint is a minimum one. But now, with all that development in the economic area, we've started to calculate the savings in the carbon footprints of our projects, savings that we make with our clients in the long-term horizon, and the figures are good.
Thank you. A question for Tomáš Pešek again about the sewage sludge, and then Philip will complement the answer. So what is your opinion regarding the options and benefits of energy use of sludge? Of course, we have many water treatment plants in the Czech Republic, and now the question how to use the sludge to produce energy. So what are the realistic forecasts and what are the major challenges? Well, maybe the major challenge in the Czech Republic is the legislative framework. Right now, burning of sludge equals burning of waste. So in other words, it cannot be commercially used in heating plants. The sludge decree has been postponed, or the amendments have been postponed, and according to the recent information I received, the new decree should enter into force in 2023. Well, the decree should set conditions for the energy use of such sludge. Well, we do not know what the outcome will be because there are different interests involved, different pressures. There is the trend to limit the output of the installations that would burn sludge. And I think it is a task for us, and especially for the producers of sludge. They should exercise pressure on the politicians and should convince them that the biomass from sludge is an energy source that can be used to produce energy, and it is a topical subject today. Thank you. And now we're going to talk about the strategy. Philip Vanner represents the expert commission of SOVAC. So I wonder how your association supports your members in solving the energy security and decarbonization challenges. We are an association, professional association, associating operators of water infrastructure in the Czech Republic, and we communicate mainly with our regulators, industry regulators, and we want to explain to them the current situation in the energy sector, which is a big problem for our members. Before 2020-21, the energy costs represented 5 to 6% in the total costs of our members. But today, the energy prices are much higher, which means that that would translate in the higher energy costs, and that would have to be translated into the water supply prices and sewage prices for end customers, and it would also limit the investment in water infrastructure. And Mr. Válek will certainly confirm that that is the downward spiral, because then we would get into a situation when we would not have sufficient finance to reconstruct the infrastructure. Then we, as the association, participate in the drafting of new legislation, especially European legislation that already deals with the energy side of water management. There is the taxonomy of the EU that sets the technical screening criteria that concern also the water industry or the water sector. And we, as the sector, will have to learn that we will not only provide the parameters for drinking water and sewage water, but we will also have to monitor the energy efficiency of the process of water management and water treatment. And it's not only taxonomy. Now there is a draft directive on municipal sewage water, where already the energy efficiency is defined, as well as the carbon neutrality. There is a specific objective set that should be achieved by 2040, which means 10 years earlier than the general European Green Deal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, because you mentioned financing, which is a good bridge to the next panel on sustainable financing. And this is an important topic. So water management and water treatment is a major topic for all of us. Now, the last part, the Mentimeter question for this panel.
Czechia urgently lacks a national water sector decarbonization strategy to set a clear framework for public sector on one hand and expectations of players on the market on the other hand, regarding time-bound decarbonization ambitions and key orientations. Can you please use your mobile phones? We are inspired by the other countries, by UK water, and the water industry might relieve the other industries where the decarbonization will be more difficult. But we need to be orchestrated. If we're not, then it's an insecurity for the market players, and it's difficult to invest into this difficult environment. A strong agreement. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you, Pavel Válek, Jaroslav Ďuriš, Tomáš Pešek, and Filip Vanner. I hope it's not our last time, and we hope to continue our efforts. Thank you very much. There are very many legislative problems that have to be resolved. And let me invite the participants of the last panel, ESG and sustainable investment, that will be moderated by Hana Kovářová, member of Presidium of the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development, Komerční banka, plus Magdalena Radová, Impact and Investment Manager, Tilia, Impact Ventures, Eva Bučová, Head of the Committee for Sustainability of ING, and Mr. Jan Brázda, Partner of PricewaterhouseCoopers. And the guest of the panel is Andrea Ferjenčíková, the representative of EIB Group in the Czech Republic, EIB. So, we're still waiting for one last panelist. Magdalena is here, so she's probably somewhere outside.
že má tady zástupce, ale měla by tady být.
My už jsme spolu hovořili, takže určitě je tady.
Jeden z mála ESG panelů v poslední době, kde opravdu
One of the few ESG panels where women prevail. Well, it's very beautiful, and my apology for ruining this female panel. Magdalena will join us shortly, so we will skip some parts of the presentation. Good afternoon. It feels like good evening, doesn't it? Good afternoon to you all. Welcome. I'm glad you stayed with us. We are a little late, but we will respond any of the questions you may have. So we are here for you, and we can share experience with you. Welcome, panelists, and let me kick off. Magda was to be the first one, so let us skip the first part. My first question was to be the following. This is an innovation forum. What is the innovation that you bring to the Czech Republic? And Magda would mention that they brought the first investment fund that specializes in sustainable finance. It is an Anglo-Saxon inspiration. We are glad that it's here, and maybe Magda will join us. Well, the slides are not self-explanatory, and they are rather sophisticated, so I don't dare to comment. So this is Magda coming. Question: innovation in financing. I think that this is a question for you, for Tilia. I'm Magdalena Radová, Tilia Impact Ventures. This is the first impact investment fund in the Czech Republic, and let me introduce you to Tilia as an example of innovation for startup financing that comes up with the solutions for particular aspects of climate change and the other societal change or challenges in a business way. My presentation is in English, and I'll be speaking in Czech. We are an international fund active across the Central Europe, seated in Prague. This is a sustainable financing panel, and I'd like to differentiate between sustainable ESG financing as we perceive it, where it is important how you make business and how you minimize the negative impact on the business. And impact financing, in our understanding, is not only about how, but about what is the core business and what is its overall complex impact on the planet and society. And if the impact is positive, it generates positive change in the society. Is it a part of the business case, or is it a side effect? And today we talk about change of climate, and it's not only the emissions, although the carbon footprint reduction is important, and we heard a lot of it today, but we have to understand the individual factors of the climate change that are interconnected and are much more complex. I'm talking about reduction of biodiversity or increase of inequalities in society as a result of climate change. In Tilia, we connect various sectors. Tilia Impact Ventures was started as a sector-agnostic fund that focuses on a broad scale of societal problems. We invest into topics that go across the sectors, from sustainability and circular economy, social inclusion, and social engagement, transparency, top quality education, and health and well-being. TILIA is an impact venture fund. We provide a flexible risk capital to impact startups in various forms, from convertible loans to equity. We invest into startups in the Czech Republic with the first fund, and we are more and more active in Central Europe. We invest in compliance with the Sustainable Development Targets, and we've got our own methodology for the measurement and control of impact. We finalize our first fund at the present time. We are proud of our portfolio. The projects are successful business cases and positive in the environment area. We've got 4 projects in sustainability and circular economy area, you know, the circle or opravárna. We are getting ready for expansion, and that's all. It was interesting. Thank you very much. ESG. I'm glad you mentioned the S.
Because you were the first to mention the S, the social part of the ESG. Thank you very much for that. I'm happy that we have this innovation in the Czech Republic. Now, the next, Eva, you represent ING, and you had the Sustainable Finance Commission, but you represent also the Změna k lepšímu, Change for the Better organization. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to listen to Magdalena, because this is also inspiration for us who want to behave responsibly, and it also motivates us to be leaders in motivation. Concerning the banking sector in general, I'll speak in more general terms on behalf of us all. We believe that there is a forum of cooperation, and the Czech Republic is one of the few countries where the banks joined forces, and we have our own sustainability memorandum. Please go to the internet site of the Czech Banking Association to see the memorandum. And there is really a huge way of ESG in the Czech Republic. It's not that common in European countries. So this is not really an innovation, but it is definitely a different approach. And I have to say that the banking and financial sector are now somewhere in the middle of the regulation process, and we are seeing that our role is expanding. The first role that the banks have today is to behave sustainably, to respect sustainability. Most banks committed to reach the Paris Agreement objectives. That means that our objective is to have net zero of CO2, and we are progressing quite fast here. And this is connected to how they reduce their own emissions. But you know, we do not have any chimneys, we do not have mines, we do not have production sites. So we do not really generate that much CO2 emissions. We can reduce them quite simply, but that would be too simple. So the next role that we have is to have a look at the portfolio of loans that we offer and try to channel it so that we can achieve the common objective. And here the banks have a very important tool. Banks finance, and they decide on the areas about the areas they want to focus on. They can help the future development in this way. So it's all about financing or about direct financing. ING has its own sustainability investment fund. It's very similar to the impact fund we've heard about, but it is also a proof of concept. It's not really a startup, but it is something that has already achieved specific results. It has a specific vision, and ING was the first financial institution to enter the European Innovation Technological Center Fund, which is currently supporting more than 380 projects. And here we co-finance the fund not only with the European Commission, but also with big companies such as Volkswagen. So in each step taken by the financial and banking sector, we see there is cooperation and sharing of objectives. And then there are two other areas. First, engagement in external activities to create a sort of pressure on the stakeholders or interested parties. And here I speak on behalf of the Změna k lepšímu. It is a platform that was set up 2 years ago, and there are many banks involved. We believe that this is an inspirational platform. We have to separate ourselves from the banking activities and taxonomy, but there still is some level of engagement in companies. So the Změna k lepšímu should help shift the whole economy towards the better options, or in other words, towards sustainability and sustainable options. All the corporates, financial institutions, non-financial institutions, non-profit organizations, and impact funds that are in the platform, all the signatories believe that together we will achieve the change. We can create pressure on the government, on parliament, on ministries, on corporations, on the financial sector and other interested parties, so that sustainability moves forward. In other words, that it becomes a part of our daily decision making. And we decided to support it. We created a concept of the so-called ESG Academy. Why? Because we believe that big corporations and the financial sector have the human and financial resources to implement the transformation. But there are companies, supply chain companies, that are more vulnerable. That means much more sensitive to changes and have problems such as finance shortage, capital shortage, and do not have access to knowledge and know-how about ESG and how to implement it very simply in their business. So this is what is it all about. We believe that this is the weak point of taxonomy and the whole regulation, that these companies that are very sensitive, very vulnerable to changes, these companies are left aside. They are not accompanied. We decided to accompany them, prepare them, and that is why we have the ESG Academy that is there for them. They can learn what ESG is about, what each part represents. Each part has mentors, has its main topics that it deals with, and there is access to experts that is available for small and medium-sized companies that are part of supply chain, so it helps them implement important changes. We cooperate with many partners, IKEA, Česká spořitelná, ONG, Frankfurt, PricewaterhouseCoopers. We also have Nano Energies and other companies present. You see that the spectrum spectrum and the mix of experts and companies is impressive. And we believe that now the big companies learned something and now they have to share it with the smaller ones, because the changes concern the big companies, but very soon will concern the small companies. If you haven't seen the ESG Academy yet, please consult it, because it will give you the opportunity to learn about ESG and the whole concept of ESG. Education is important to understand the topic and find our way, and I believe that Czechs are pragmatic, and if we understand the topic and understand that it's an opportunity, we can find our way and find the Czech way. This is a unique feature. This is a competitive edge. We are flexible. Education is a fundament, and I can confirm that the development in the Czech banking sector and the joint effort to help the clients makes sense. There will be a questionnaire digitalized, harmonized across the market. It is unique in the EU, so it's a well done job. Honza Brazda, who is a partner representing PwC, responsible for sustainability. What innovation do you offer to your clients? It is not an innovation, as Eva said. It is a wonderful innovation. It is the academy is a wonderful idea. Any opportunity to provide information to the clients is most cordially welcome. We are one of the trainers in the academy. I will mention one innovative solution of PwC. In the past 2 years, we understood that the companies who want to focus on ESG because the banks or regulator wanted from them just get lost in the information, and we've developed a software tool, ESG management solution software tool that helps the companies to see what data to collect for the non-financial reporting. The system generates various overviews of the non-financial data for the management or the grade under the top management can see what problems they face and where the non-financial issues might be improved. It helps them to set individual KPIs, to monitor them, and to generate basics for the sustainable report tool for the big companies. As Hanka mentioned, the CSRD directive is coming. Over 12,000 Czech companies will have to carry out the non-financial reporting. It will have to be audited, which is good for us, but we understand that it's not that positively received by the companies. That's why we've got the software tool. This is a snapshot. That tool helps them to collect the data, and it is interconnected with the EU taxonomy. Whatever taxonomy you choose, the EU taxonomy is the most relevant for us. GRI is also relevant, and the data and change of the taxonomy are processed, and the software does it for the client. So I will not go into details. The last slide, the tool is available outside at the screen, at the display. It's nothing that would change the tools of the company. It can get connected to client data, and if there are no client data, it contains the OCI
tool. It can read the scanned data, and it can also connect to other modules, management of assets, issuing of green bonds, and so on. So this tool was developed in the Czech Republic, and we sell it globally. It's a great success. We sold it to Canadian client. You only switch to Canadian taxonomy there. It is a Czech innovation. So we've contributed to global development. Yes.
Smart Czechs, great. My next question, we have a special guest here. You are on the list as the special guest, Andrea Ferencikova, representing the European Investment Bank. My question is taxonomy. We have mentioned it many times. It has been in force for 2 years now. Looking at the Czech Republic from the outside, how are we doing compared to the other countries? Are we ahead? Are we lagging behind? How do we see the opportunities? We've heard many times that this is an opportunity rather than a threat. How do we use it? What is our status right now? Thank you for the question. Well, first, I need to congratulate the organizers of this forum, and I also congratulate the panelists because I've been listening to what they are saying, and we see that they have achieved great results in the Czech Republic. Now, back to your question. Maybe you expect a simple answer from me, but I have colleagues here from advisory who prepare a report that will be sent to Brussels. But I would like to see it from the point of view of the European Investment Bank. We are a climatic bank, which is a strategy that was agreed by the management in 2019, 2020. So we have the climatic topic that was in place in the bank before the taxonomy. So we are pioneers in the market. But the bank in the last 10 years invested more than 200 billion euros in green projects, 200 billion euros in the Czech Republic. We've been active since 1993. It's been for 30 years. And we see green projects in the Czech Republic too. Such projects are implemented. For instance, last year we financed the CHEPS company. We provided the so-called green loan. So yes, the Czech Republic. When I came here 3 years ago to the Prague office, I saw quite a lot of resistance to the green topic. Many stakeholders considered it as a problem. The whole climatic agenda was considered as a problem. Today it is considered to be an opportunity. So there is a different perception of the initiatives, and we see more and more green projects implemented. So there is this major shift, and I am sure that our group will be helpful in this sense too, because we will help raise awareness about the agenda. We cooperate with commercial banks. We cooperate on credit lines in the framework of green projects, and we also expect that green loans will be provided to small and medium-sized companies, because it's not the big companies. Very often it is the SMEs or municipalities that need our help to be able to implement green investment. So there is a shift. We see it already, but there is still a lot of work ahead of us. You have noticed that we do not answer the question that is on the screen, because we agree that this is not a relevant question for this panel. That is why we had this question on taxonomy and comparison between us and other EU member countries. I'm happy to see that you are also optimistic. And my next question is for Magda. How is developing the appetite for sustainable financing?
Let me follow up, Andrea. In 2016, I worked in the EIB in Luxembourg, where they've introduced the Sustainable Development Targets as a framework for assessment of investments. And the discussion in Luxembourg was at a completely different level. They talked about how to accelerate the change for the better in the climate crisis, how to build a PPP, and so on. 4 years ago, I moved back to the Czech Republic, and here we were only learning the sustainable development targets. Czech Republic did deny and didn't understand that the change of climate and climate crisis is here. The system has developed a lot in those past 4 years. I've got the experience from the impact funds. The progress is driven by regulation, thanks to the EU and its taxonomy, and self-regulation of financial markets under the pressure of the media and the society. There was a success in some litigations with Shell, for instance, and thanks to the business leaders and mainstream investments, Larry thinks black. The unicorns are coming, and they are a big inspiration for a change of mindset. We can see that this is a business opportunity. The venture capital understands that sustainability is the business pillar, even in VC funds. We've invested together with 3 other VC funds recently, and they've got a huge appetite for green topics. This is wonderful. This brings me back to Eva. What about ING and sustainable financing, and how do you perceive the prepared green bond? Green bond, and these standards are no innovation. We already had some market standards by MLA and so on. This is just complementary to the existing regulation. This should accelerate green investment. In the past, the rules were not so stringent. This standard comes with advantages and disadvantages. However, it is to provide for the green purpose implementation. It must be audited, controlled, and we have to be able to rely on the issuer who will meet the purpose. In the past 20 years, we saw that the green bonds means green investments and investors. These investors only invest into green projects. We can't call it green. It might be the social funds, transformation funds, sustainability-linked funds, simply all initiatives leading to implementation of a set of green projects or improvement of sustainability profile. This initiative, as soon as you issue 1 second bond, attracts new investors, not only standard investors. The new investors usually are able to wait longer for their profit. They release covenants, and it's not a rule, but it's proven, and they drive and incentivize the market. The state should be a leader here, and it is typical in the Czech Republic that it doesn't function. It's driven by the corporate sector. It is the bottom-up initiative, and let us hope that it will become a top-down process. But we can see the change coming.
In your opinion, should it be allowed for pension funds to invest in these bonds? If the pension funds have experience and have asset managers who understand corporate risks and understand green investment, why not? Good news. I'm looking forward to it. If I may continue, you talked about the role of the public sector. It is an enormous potential that is not used in the Czech Republic because there are 0 green bonds in the public sector. And I do not believe that the public sector understands the advantages. In France, in the UK, in the Netherlands, they had another issue of green bonds. It means that the state issues the bonds, raises money, and then provides it to the green projects. They offered it for 2.5% 10-year maturity, so very attractive. And at the Ministry of Finance, there is not even a person to whom you could talk about such a program, which is really a pity. I definitely agree. I think that there is some change, but it is very slow. The reality, indeed, is that the state green bond or a green bond issued by a big municipality is an important signal for investors because it says this country wants to invest in green infrastructure, and they come to the country and start getting interested in the financial sector. If we move from the level of the Czech Republic to the level of the EU and subsidies and grants that are available, I'm looking at Honza now, how well the applicants are prepared in terms of the criterion do not significantly harm. So how the applicants are ready to be able to get the money. Well, I have criticized the public sector before. I'll continue doing it. Well, the short answer is no, the applicants are not ready. And it is even more alarming because the entities do not know what they do not know, and there will be disagreeable surprises for the applicants and also for the state, for the intermediary bodies, because the minimum level of sustainability that is required is connected to the national renew plan, and many applicants do not know that now it should be applied to all EU structural funds, which represents hundreds of billions of Czech crowns, and we do not deal with it, we do not respect the criteria, and we'll probably have to pay the money back. The applicants who use EU funds, railway companies and other big state companies start dealing with it now, but not because the state instructed them to do so, but because they learned it from the private sector. The state should provide a framework where they teach to the companies how to approach it, how to deal with the requirements. And it applies not only to EU funds, it's also related to the EIB criteria and so on. I think that the level of preparedness here is very low, and we have to start acting now. Otherwise, the hundreds of billions of Czech crowns that we have now will have to be reimbursed to the European Commission. Now, we are about to talk about the European Investment Bank. What tools do you have available for your clients? Given the current situation and the war in Ukraine, do you have any specific offers in this context?
Talk about the green climate financing, impact or aftermath of war. And often we say that in this context, this is the engine that should speed up the whole course or establishment of green transformation. But let me make a step back. When we, at the beginning of this year, after the war started, heard about the first steps from Brussels together with the Recover EU package, people asked us, is there anything new you're going to provide as EIB? This has been stipulated in the plan from 2019. We want to improve the gas infrastructure, increase the green investment until 2025. 50% of financing should go to this area from 2025. So we have to strengthen financing of the energy sector. We want to increase the investment in energy savings for the companies, for the households, for the state, for the municipalities, all stakeholders, and we want to focus on renewables. So this is really green. And these are the areas, nothing new. We will not be coming back to gas. Question is how to proceed. Will it be our advisory, our own resources, our new investment programs like InvestEU that offer the tools to finance new projects? This month, the EIB board been deciding about figures, and by the end of the month we'll have detailed information on our future commitments. I was asked not to give any figures by our head office. Soon you'll learn the figures. So nothing new, but more of everything. War has had a strong impact on energy, and we've got the refugee crisis, helping hand that we give to the cities and small municipalities who should be able to finance their infrastructure, but that's on the margin of our today's discussion. Our time's over, but should you have any questions, please raise your hand.
Now we have the Mentimeter question. You see it on the screen already, but before we go to the question, I would like to thank all the panelists. Thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you for accepting the invitation. So let me thank Magda Radová, Andrea Ferenčíková, Honza Brazda, and Evia Bučová. And now and we also want to thank the moderator of the panel and the organizers. And now the question. Do you agree or disagree with the next claim? Does the Czech Republic need a national sustainable finance strategy that would set a clear framework for the public sector on the one hand and expectations of the marketplace on the other hand, regarding the time-bound ambitions and key orientations in the use of finance to support sustainability? So the answer is definitely yes, I agree, down to I definitely disagree.
Tak ještě asi chviličku.
We'll wait a little bit before we get the answers.
Je to hodně vyrovnaný teďka. To jsme úplně napjatý, jestli někdo se přece jenom ujme toho čela.
There is quite a suspension. We do not know what happens. Maybe the technology is not working. So please raise your hand if you agree. We'll do it the old way. I agree, most of you. And is there anybody who disagrees? Great. Thank you. So the others were rather in the middle. So here we are. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for attending, and thank you for participating in the panel. Oh, we see it now, so it corresponds to the hands we've seen. One person disagrees, but he doesn't want to identify himself or herself. Let me thank the panelists. From the voting we have had today, I have the impression that the Czech Republic needs legislation in all the areas we have discussed today. And before we have the last part, I would like to show you the video from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development.
Hello, my name is Dominic Warre and I lead the World Business Council for Sustainable Development.
Bohužel máme velmi špatnou kvalitu zvuku, takže nemůžeme tlumočit.
Action agendas, the imperatives of sustainability as we
Ještě jednou.
Try.
Hello, my name is Dominic Warre and I lead the World Business Council for Sustainable Development's work on the climate.
Světovou radu. Promiňte, kvalita zvuku není vhodná pro tlumočení.
WBCSD. I'm honored to provide this message today and I apologize that I cannot be with you in person. WBCSD is the premier global CEO-led community of over 200 of the world's leading sustainable companies, working collectively to accelerate the transformation of businesses and the value chains and systems in which they operate. Collectively determined to avert the climate crisis, restore nature, and tackle inequality. One of the ways in which we extend WBCSD's reach to support that business transformation in businesses of all sizes all around the world is through our amazing global network. The WBCSD Global Network is a unique alliance of more than 60 CEO-led business organizations worldwide, comprising some 6,500 businesses, all united by a shared commitment to provide business leadership for sustainable development across the world. Now, the Czech BCSD is an important member of this global network, and I'm delighted to congratulate you all on your 10th year anniversary and to express WBCSD's fullest support for Project Rethink and the manifesto you have gathered together to sign today. Your commitment to Project Rethink and its manifesto absolutely confirms the leadership of the Czech business community and your strong commitment to sustainability and your drive towards real progress and transformational change. Long-term business success depends, of course, on thriving societies to trade with and a healthy planet for us all to exist on. It is, therefore, a business imperative that global temperature increases are limited to a maximum of 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Achieving this requires decarbonisation efforts at an unprecedented scale, and businesses worldwide have a crucial role to play, matching their climate ambition with robust strategies and accelerating widespread implementation of the critical solutions we need. With the Czech Republic currently holding the EU presidency, you have a unique opportunity to send a strong message to the governments that encourages and supports the European Green Deal. As with WBCSD's own membership criteria, the Rethink Manifesto helps Czech business to galvanise the required level of ambition and focus collective efforts to transform value chains and energy systems as we strive toward a more sustainable future. I commend this important initiative, and WBCSD stands ready to support the Czech BCSD and all its members in this vital effort to avert the climate crisis and safeguard future business success. Thank you all very much indeed.
A teď poprosím o závěrečná
I would
slova,
like to pass the
jestli bych poprosila všechny panelisty
to the members of the last panel, if I may invite all the panelists to the podium now. So Jonathan Woodliff, ambassador of the Rethink platform, Eva Wolfová, deputy minister of the Ministry of the Environment, and Petr Kalaš, president of the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development.
Thank you.
Děkuju.
We have French wine and cheese waiting for us.
Čeká tam
so
na
I will
nás
speak
francouzské
for
víno a sýry.
60 seconds maximum. Just to say thank you very much, everybody, for coming. I think that this is an opportunity to particularly salute Peter Dovolil, my colleague, who really worked extremely hard to put together an extremely complicated set of panels and having to work with me. That said, I think it was an excellent day, and thank you very much, Peter, for that. I wanted to say one other thing, which is that what we have done today is proven that business really has the solutions. We said yesterday that companies are really the engines of change, while governments can be the catalysts and they can provide the frameworks. It's the private sector that are actually going to deliver the solutions. And thankfully today, we've actually started this process of demonstrating very clearly concrete, real actions. And so this, as I said before, is the beginning, not the end. We've ended today, but this is the beginning of something which we look forward to working with all of our partners and with the companies, and to building our signatory list so that we can have even more signatories to our manifesto, and rolling out this project in various forms so that we're actually really helping to inspire each other, share expertise and experience, and deliver a very strong voice in the Czech Republic to government and to the community at large, which is that business really cares about the climate and is doing a lot in order to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Vážené dámy, vážení pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad I can greet you at the end of the conference on behalf of the Ministry of Environment and the Council of the Government for Sustainable Development. Let me appreciate the Rethink project and the Czech Business Council for Sustainable Development. We had the opportunity to see the examples of companies who have committed to particular steps and get ready for them. And thank you very much for your manifesto, Exemplar Trahund, and it is the examples of that help us to get these sustainability ideas into the Czech environment and business. You hold thematic panels, 6 of them, including circular economy, water management, and sustainable financing. Thank you very much for everything you said. We welcome your initiative. In the future, we'd like to introduce a more efficient and faster system. We'd like to remove administration barriers so that you can accomplish your targets faster and better. And I will help with implementation of strategies that are absent today. Let's not forget why we do it, why companies commit to decarbonization and sustainability. This is a multiple crisis which puts before us crisis of biodiversity, climate, energy, and we have to get rid of our dependence on fossil fuels. Decarbonization is a way to independence, and the measures to be taken will help us to renew our landscape, strengthen our resilience as a society of agriculture and forestry. And it is obvious that our efforts must be speeded up with regard to geopolitical situation. COP27 conference will be held in Egypt, and we have to understand that stabilization means that we have to meet the commitments and implement the agreements to be able to achieve the targets of the Paris Treaty, or globally, or locally, and on the national level, as well as on the level of individual businesses. The Czech Republic has committed to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. It is obvious that this is a long way to go, and the current geopolitical crisis makes us to speed up. The Ministry of Environment must provide investment support to renewables development, must increase the energy efficiency in the public and private buildings. The support was and is paid out by Zelená úspora, Modernizační fond, OP Environment, and Just Transformation Fund. We prepare the update of the climate protection program. We also prepare the state energy concept update. These documents will be submitted to the government by the end of 2023. Energy efficiency and national climate energy plan will be also updated in connection with its periodical recast and in connection with Repower EU and Fit for 55. In connection with the amendment of regulations of construction and industry, we must support the RES. Czech society does not undermine the change of climate. Human activities contribute to the challenges. The Institute 2050 shows that half of the society is supporters of green transformation, 1/8 of us is hesitant, and 1/5 of us are against it. 2/3 of society believe that we must act now or in this decade. This is very important, and this is a support for the effort of the government. Today's conference dealt with inflation, and I'd like to point out about the potential of the Innovation Fund, which has got 25 billion of euro at its disposal, and the Czech Republic doesn't draw down funds from this fund. So we are beyond business as usual. So I have to say that next to necessary support to innovation in the areas in which we look for solutions, we have to say that in the areas where we have solution, we must implement the solution. Overcoming of all crises is a joint effort, and Rethink project will attract more companies, and I hope they will adopt the voluntary commitments in the strategy of sustainability for the Czech Republic with the deadline 2030.
I would like to share with you a couple of closing remarks. As we have said at the beginning of the day, one of the main challenges today is how to create, support, and interconnect efficient measures to deal with the current energy crisis at the national and EU levels, and at the same time how to connect these measures with the measures that will help us to deal with the climate change. The intention of the Czech Business Council was to use the Rethink platform to associate companies and rally them to solidarily support the climatic commitment and the Paris objectives, and to invite them to cooperate, to exchange examples of good practices and so on. The yesterday meeting at the Embassy of France associated 25 companies that signed the memorandum to support climatic objectives and committed to adopt measures for energy efficiency. The forum today presented 6 panels where we talked about the second objective of the forum. We had today companies operating in the Czech Republic, and the companies explained how they operate their business in order to be sustainable, resilient, and competitive. That is why I believe that the 2 days of the Rethink project were a major success. And at the same time, I want to reconfirm the intention of the Czech Business Council to continue with this initiative, with the participation, with the signatories, but we also want to contact other companies, and our intention is to organize periodical platforms for similar sharing of experience and practices, as it was the case today. And I would like to invite the Ministry of the Environment to join the initiative, as well as the Ministry of Industry and Trade. So I invite the current signatories and the new ones to participate. I would also like to take this opportunity to invite you to cooperate with the Czech Business Council. I'll explain. I have 2 slides. Our Business Council wants to associate all the active supporters of sustainability. We want to be the unifier in the Czech Republic. We cooperate with the World Business Council. We have heard the message of the representative of the World Council, and we also represent the interests and the agenda of the Czech business sector in the World Council. One of the examples of the activities of the Czech Business Council and how we embrace the current trends in the Czech Republic is the project Vision 2050. This slide shows the 9 pillars of the project, and it also explains the expectations for the Czech economy in the long-term horizon. So I suggest that you go to the website of the Czech Business Council, where there is more detailed explanation of the 9 pillars. So there are 9 working groups working within the council, and I invite you to join. You see the list of these working groups. The groups deal with energy, decarbonization, clean mobility, smart cities, ESG, and so on. We welcome every experience. We welcome any contribution that will help our society move forward. It is my agreeable obligation now, on behalf of the Czech Business Council, to thank all who contributed to the success of the Rethink project. It is the Embassy of France and the Institut Français de Prague and all the staff and members. I also want to thank the Ministry of the Environment and the Ministry of Industry and Trade, also the sponsors and partner organizations, as well as the Secretariat of the Czech Business Council. And I personally would like to thank the Rethink project team under the leadership of Petr Dovolil. And I also want to thank Jonathan Woodliff for his involvement and participation. I also want to thank the graphic artist Tomáš for all the graphical design of the documents. I want to thank all the technicians for providing the technical organization, and I want to thank everybody involved in the project. And last but not least, I want to thank the moderator of the event, Julia Hrstkova. I think that we all deserve a round of applause. This is the official end of the Innovation Forum, and I wish you a nice evening. Thank you.
Já děkuji mnohokrát všem i za poděkování a na závěr bych vás velmi ráda pozvala na
And let me invite you to a cocktail next door, and all the slides will be available, will be streamed, and Zelená města is the web address where you can find it, and I hope that this is not the last Innovation Forum for Change. Thank you very much.